Right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Nice to see so many of you here, preferring to come to hear this meeting rather than watch the football. I hope you have such an enjoyable time. Welcome to this meeting of the Children and Young People's Overview and Scrutiny Committee. And I have some apologies from absence. I have Councillor Marhill with Councillor Murray substituting. Leanne Farrick has apologised. I've had apologies from Councillor Carr, Elizabeth Turpin and Councillor Tranter. Akin Edun is also not here, and neither is Clive Mailing, and we've had apologies from both. Are there any others? Okay, thank you. Item 2, the record of the meeting. Can I sign the record of the meeting on the 29th of September as being correct? Yeah, thank you. Urgent matters. I have none except that. Members, I would like to change the order of the agenda and bring item 8, the CYPP, to after the secure estate item to allow the officer to get away as she has a very long journey this evening. Is that agreed? Thank you. Okay. Are there any disclosable pecuniary interests or other significant interests or any declarations of whipping?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just a DPI on page 198, there's a reference to my employer in relation to its investment into special needs. It links to item 4.1.3.2. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Tristan. Okay. Gloria.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to declare DPI on item 5, CXK. My business is a partner with CXK, which is mentioned there. I will not be leaving the room. However, with regards to item 9, I will have to leave the room because my core business is dealing with NEET in Kent and Medway.
Okay, thank you for that. Any others? Is that a yes? Yes.
Yes, Chair. Thank you. Kindy is mentioned in the report, and I'm Chairman of Kindy. If anything has been discussed, I will leave the room.
Thank you. Okay. Right. Moving on then to item number 5, the current state of the custodial estate for children in Medway, which you'll find on pages 21 to 94 of your papers. John Drew, who's the independent scrutineer for secure estate, is in attendance along with Andrew Willett from Oasis Restore. And please note that Andrew will have to leave at 7 o'clock. So any questions directed to him, please can we take those first. Darren Wilkinson from HMYOI at Cook and Wood has sent in a briefing which is appended to the report, but is not in attendance today. If you have any questions regarding Cook and Wood, please forward that to Stephanie, who will collate and send them to Darren to obtain a response. So visitors, is there anything else you would like to say by way of introduction before I open up this for debate? John.
Chairman, if I could just say a couple of very brief things. Firstly, I made quite a point in the report about the failure by the Youth Custody Service, as I saw it, to publish information in relation to safeguarding reviews that they'd held when things had gone wrong in some of their establishments. I'm delighted to say, after a long and sustained piece of pressure on them, that the government reversed its decision 2 weeks ago, and the principal safeguarding review, which took place in regard to a secure trading centre, has now been published in full. Perhaps slightly early days to fully absorb it and analyse it, but definitely a step in the right direction. The other thing I would just say by way of updating your committee is this, that generally speaking, the position that was described at the time we went to press on this report in relation to the state of young offender institutions is true, But again, a positive sign, a report was published last week on the most recent inspection, which was of Feltham A, which is an under-18s establishment, which painted a much more positive position than has been the case for 5 or 6 years. And while, you know, it's important to be cautious, it's nevertheless also right to acknowledge that progress contained in the report. And no doubt at some future stage, when I next appear or someone in my role next appears at this committee, we'll be able to advise the committee a bit further than that. Having said those things, delighted to answer any questions, but I suspect that the main interest of your colleagues on this committee will be with Andrew Willets and his very exciting plans for Oasis Restore. Thank you, Chairman.
Andrew.
Hi, good evening. Just on top of the report, it's just important to note in relation to the secure school, because I know a number of colleagues have already emailed me or been in contact, but just for clarity, the secure school is the fourth element, or fourth option for children to be placed through youth custody. So there's still youth offending institutes, there's still secure training centres, there's still the option for a secure children's home, and Oasis Restore, the secure school, will be the fourth element in which children can be placed. This is really important. It's a complete change in legislation that we've been through. So the secure school is cited in the Police Crime Courts and Sentencing Bill, where the discussions around the secure school took place, allowing for royal assent and to be in law. We're going to be registered as a secure children's home, as I said, but we'll also be registered as a 16 to 19 academy, meaning that we will not fall under the umbrella and the arrangements through HMRP inspections. We will fall under the arrangements for OFSTED, both as a secure children's home, as a school and as an education establishment, and also CQC in relation to our health arrangements. Just for context, because I know a number of individuals have been in contact in relation to the numbers, the secure children's home will be registered to support and look after 49 children, so that's a reduction from what was previously the Medway Secure Training Centre, which was 75, and we'll be creating 3 homes, 12 flats, and the 12 flats will range between 2-bedroom and 6-bedroom, so we can cater for the individual children's needs. In terms of appointments already, so myself as the principal director and the responsible individual have been appointed. We've appointed the director of care and wellbeing, who's Dr. Celia Sadie, who's a clinical psychologist and previously worked at Cook and Wood and other establishments. We've also appointed the director for learning enrichment, Cara Beckett, who was the national lead for curriculum development for Oasis and has now moved over to Oasis Restore. And we've just recently appointed the head of safeguarding and transitions, and as of next week, we're hoping to appoint our registered manager. Recruitment's going to be a significant piece of work that we're undertaking, certainly over the next 12 months, where we'll be looking to recruit in and around 200 staff. So you can imagine to appoint successfully 200 staff, we're probably going to be needing to interview probably in excess of 700 to 1,000 staff, meaning that in terms of applications. So that's going to be a huge piece of work that we're undertaking, because the recruitment of staff is one of the risk areas for us. I'm conscious that I could talk about, as most of you know, about Oasis Restore for the rest of the evening, but I'm conscious of time, so I'll take questions.
Thank you, Andrew. Members, Wendy.
Thank you, and thank you. And you haven't changed, Andrew. You still want to dash off, don't you? I thought you might have wanted to stay a little longer tonight. What I was going to ask, what about apprenticeships? Are we going to be training children and giving them apprenticeships? Because I think that that's extremely important. And at one time, we always used to have children here, and they're not children, they're young adults, aren't they, from Cook and Wood, who used to come to this very hall and say what they'd done and what they achieved. And many stayed in Medway and proved to be a worthwhile, residents in Medway contributing, and I'm just wondering if we go along those same lines.
So in terms of the development of the school, we've actually appointed a number of young people to form part of Oasis Co-Creation. And Co-Creation has got a group of young people on an apprenticeship who have got lived experience of custody to help us consider and develop the arrangements at the school. Some of the thinking and the development from that working group with the young people form some of our curriculum offer. And in the development of that, as well as offering the core subjects, English, maths and other things, we've also designed within our arrangements, and particularly because of the age profile of the children that we anticipate supporting through Oasis Restore, is most of them will be 16 to 17. So through those arrangements, we've developed vocational pathways, which will form part of the curriculum offer in which they can choose two of. And then through those arrangements, we're looking to get young people onto apprenticeships and pathways into education, training and employment. So that's an absolute focus of what we're hoping to achieve.
Clive.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you both, John and Andy, for coming tonight. Good to see you both back. I would like to pick up on Cook and Wood. The situation, as things stand, is worse than it was in 2019. The most recent analysis, we were concerned to find that outcomes of children not sufficiently good against any of our 4 tests of a healthy institution. At this inspection, we found they're not improved and, in fact, worsened in purposeful activity. We've raised, I think, in this committee before in these circumstances, the Medway's, but there are some real concerns about these young people, and they are, young people, whose lives are being impacted by what seems to be a particularly poor set of circumstances in which we as a society have put them. It's not focused locally because, as the report says, it's a national problem. I asked the question, as I think I have before. Yes, there's a safeguarding issue, which I think to some extent, there's some reassurance in that we have an independent scrutineer, we have the partnership, but that wider sense of looking after these young people, who is looking after them? If there was this poor performance in a school, something would be done. The governors would be taking action. If it was an academy, the RSC would be taking action. The local authority would be taking action. What I think we need to see is some sort of driving mechanism, independent of the prison service, that holds the prison service to account for the performance of its institutions. And, outside of the safeguarding issue, I don't think we see that very clearly. Specifically, also, the serious case review, EVE, seemed to be particularly worrying because there were no details, but it says it raised serious safeguarding concerns. It wasn't a local young person, but the SCR had difficulty engaging from outside Medway. And I wonder if there's any analysis why that was. It's clearly worrying and needs to be changed, clearly in those circumstances. One thing on the Oasis, if I may. Both Councillor Cooper and I, and I suspect a number of us, attended the Oasis briefing, really enjoyed it. Enormous amount to learn about the institution, really positive. One of the issues that I think I raised then, that I'd just like to raise now, that's in the report, is without creating an institutional atmosphere. I think I was rather hoping that it would be a new build. It's not. I'd be interested to hear again, I think, an account of how it will be a school rather than an institution. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you for the questions. I'll obviously deal with the first two, and then Andy will talk about Oasis Restore. There is a process which the Chief Inspector of Prisons has, whereby if a level of deterioration of performance is reached, he can issue what's known as an urgent notification, a UN notice, but nothing to do with the United Nations, to the government, to the Secretary of State for Justice, in which he requires specified improvements to be made. It's never been used in relation to a children's prison, but it has been used at least once, I think possibly twice, in respect of secure training centres. And that is the ultimate sanction around poor performance. And I have no idea how near the Chief Inspector might feel he was to that, either in relation to Cook and Wood or any of the other underperforming YOIs. But I mean, it's a power that he's obviously very familiar with. That is the most effective way in which a body like this can be satisfied that there's a power beyond the particular provider. I'm sure you could ask the Chief Inspector or one of his staff to attend a meeting and explain that power and something of its of the thresholds that apply to it. Obviously, I can't guarantee that they'd be able to be here or whether they would feel it appropriate, but it seems to me to be an entirely reasonable question to ask. So that is the ultimate sanction. On other occasions in the past, the Director of Children's Services for Medway has called together all the relevant local authorities with children for whom they're responsible, either as a youth offending service or because they've got care duties to the children, has called them together to discuss the care in not actually in Cookham, but certainly your previous director did that in relation to the secure training centre when it was open. I think he was kind of making up a power, but it was a sensible exercise of his more general obligations towards children's well-being, and certainly it was well supported, and it produced action, the ultimate of which was that at that stage the establishment was being run by the Youth Custody Service and they closed it. And while it would be wrong to say the only reason they closed it was because of the level of local concern, I'm sure it was a factor. In fact, I know it was a factor. So that is the sort of less formal power that is available, or the less formal way of responding that is available. But I do think, I mean, there's a complex story to be told here. I think that the report from the prison probably doesn't help the committee as much as it might to explain how it's been trying to respond to some of the conclusions and recommendations from the inspectorate. I do feel if you've the time in your forward plan, we ought to double our efforts to ask the governing governor from the prison and his head of safeguarding to come here, because I think you would hear some of the nuance in relation to how children are accommodated and looked after in the prison, that it's hard to get just from a black and white report. I know it's just a question of how much time you have, but it seems to me that would be a desirable outcome. I suspect what's happened on this occasion is the Youth Custody Service is probably not very familiar with local authority scrutiny and therefore doesn't understand as it might have done the significance of the meeting. But I'm very happy, as I know Becky Cooper is happy, to act as a go-between to get those messages across and facilitate some sort of gathering. The only other thing I would say is, and you and I have discussed this outside of committee, I know that the governing governor has a standing invitation to members of this committee to visit the prison, and I know that he would take that seriously, and he'd be keen to sit down with you and explain some of the challenges that he and his staff face on a daily basis. None of this is to make excuses for the bare bones, which are unsatisfactory arrangements and an unacceptably low level of performance against the standards that the government has set. But it is to say there is a bit more nuance that it's hard to express in reports. So I hope that helps to some degree. Thank you.
Okay, and then in relation to Oasis Restore, you started at the beginning just talking about Cook and Wood and the accountability, that if it was a school, they would be held to account, and that's exactly what the process that Oasis Restore will be under. So because of the process that we're in at the moment, where I think it mentions in John's report that the funding agreement will be in place by February. As a process in preparation for that, we're now registered on Companies House as a secure academy trust. So that now is in existence. So the registration, I've already spoken about the inspection and the process of that. In terms of our staffing, they won't be commissioned or outsourced. We will be recruiting teachers. And then on top of that, to be in the classroom will be higher learning teaching assistants. On top of that, our restored practitioners will be trained as teaching assistants. The school will operate from 9 o'clock till 3:30, with enrichment running from 6 till 9:30 in the evening. Our training and workforce development, amongst a number of things, will be developed through delivering work through therapeutic communities. And I've already mentioned about the design of the home and the school and the arrangements we're undertaking. So the culture, the vision, the objectives that we'll be reporting against will be more in line with the school. So the accountability all the way through, from the frontline practice all the way through our board, will be holding the school to account for its ability to run and function as a school.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, thank you, Andy, for having us and letting us see what you're doing with the Oasis Restore. We enjoyed that meeting and it was exceptionally good when we met some of the staff. And, you know, we know that this is going to prove to be something that we really need in Medway to help our young people. And, you know, just the question that I have is, I know we said at our meeting talking about restorative justice, but there is also reparation, because young people, you know, they need to, you know, make sure that they know what they've done and to, you know, helpfully talk to people about it. So that's something that I'd like you to explain a bit more fully. Could I ask a couple of questions on Cook and Wood, please? I was very, very concerned to read about the restraint, pain-induced restraint. And I know that there is going to be, and there has been a reduction in this, but when I read about that, I couldn't understand what that actually meant, because to me, pain-induced means that you hurt a person to stop them from doing something. So that means that there must have been a whole load of it to have this now reduced. So I'd like an explanation about that, please. Secondly, could you tell me, we've had a couple of case studies in the back here, could you tell me how many young people who have left Cook and Wood have actually gained employment? Because I've asked about this at another meeting about young people getting apprenticeships and care leavers getting apprenticeships, but you've given us 2 case studies, and one of those had to have a review about his EHCP, which I also asked at the Oasis meeting about EHCPs, because some of them sometimes are not worth the paper they're written on. So could we please have some information about how many young people gain employment, and do they stay in their employment, or do they commit another crime so they have to come back to Cook and Wood? Thank you.
So I'll take your last 2 questions and then pass back to Andy to talk about restitution. On the question of pain, so the correct government-approved language is to talk about pain distraction. And you may think that people are playing with words when they're using those words, but it is that does capture the essence. It's meant to be used as a last resort, and it's meant to be used when there is no other way of persuading a child to desist from whatever it is that they're doing. And the 3 typical situations are: one, when they're trying to harm themselves; a second, when they're trying to harm another child; or a third, when they're trying to harm a member of staff. And there is a method of reviewing such instances to try to make sure that one of those 3 situations is used, and then to ensure that the pain distraction techniques that are being used are the minimum that are justified by the circumstances. Having said all of that, of course you're absolutely right. None of us are comfortable with the idea of sanctioning the deliberate use of pain with children. So that's why observing the number of instances and keeping account of whether they're going down or not is a really important part, because I feel sure that almost everyone involved has as an objective to try to eliminate the use of pain distraction, but we're not there yet. So that's the first thing. You asked about the techniques. The two most common techniques are one which is called wrist flexion, which is effectively bending a wrist to cause pain, and the other is there's a place just behind your ear, and by putting pressure on that point, and I've had it done to me, it's extremely painful. It's what's known as the mandibular angle technique, and it causes a very sharp pain. I mean, I can still feel it now, as it were, you know, in memory. So they are sanctioned. Both techniques have been reviewed by a medical panel and have been approved as being on the acceptable side of what is or isn't excusable. But, you know, this is not something that anyone is very comfortable with, and certainly from a safeguarding point of view, something that we scrutinise very carefully. Could I just say one other thing about any form of restraint? All forms of restraint usually resort to some form of pain. If you talk to children who've been restrained, they would describe pain. Whether there's been any deliberate attempt to cause pain, actually in some instances, whether there's actually any pain being caused, but they experience it as painful. And the typical slang used by children in prisons and in custody is they talk not about restraint, but by being twisted up. And I think that gives you a flavour for it. So these are not comfortable issues. That would be my answer to your very pertinent questions. An even more pertinent question is to ask, so what happens to children when they come out of custody? And I'm completely confident that no one could give you an authoritative answer to that. And that's to do with, you know, in Cookham's case, children could have been in Cookham from any of the 100 and however many it is local authorities in the country, 157 or whatever it is, England and Wales, and record keeping, and indeed the priority of maintaining such records is just not strong enough in the way that a common sense thought about the issue would suggest it should be. There's probably, though, some research that I might be able to find, which will give you some sort of answer. The answer will not be a comfortable one, because we know that the circumstances that led to most of the children who go into custody offending in the first place continue on in their home areas. A child, for example, who's been the prey of an organised crime group to sell drugs, you know, they're just waiting for their return. And most children, when they're interviewed before leaving custody, say, and I take this as a genuine statement, I'm determined to go straight. But actually, at 6 o'clock the next Friday, the pressure begins, and there aren't necessarily reliable adults around, which I know is one of the issues that Andy's been thinking a lot about in terms of his design, because his establishment will face exactly the same challenge. How do you counter, once a child has left you, the pressures that are on in the community? But I'll try and find and pass to your committee section any research that I can about that highly relevant question of what happens next. Thank you.
Thanks, John. In terms of the reparation and victim support, so we've had to develop something called our framework of care, which is really about the practice that we'll develop. There's a range of different parts of that. One of them is around victim support and reparation. It's underdeveloped. It's a real focus for us between January and March. We're looking at that a little bit further and deeper. So at the moment, I can't give you a concrete answer on what that looks like, but it's certainly something that is part of it's called Framework of Care, and that will be published on our website the early part of next year.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, John. Joanne.
Thank you, Chair. Lovely to see you again, Andrew. And thank you for your detailed, comprehensive report in here. I really was pleased during COVID to read Anne Longfield's, the former Children's Commissioner, Justice and Injustice of Children in the justice system, and her research looked at the difference between what we're doing, which I think is inhumane, locking these children up, and education is the way to liberation as far as I'm concerned. So with that in mind, I'm concerned about how you're going to recruit skilled people. Social care in Medway is having a crisis. Actually, there's a national crisis of people that want to do this kind of difficult and challenging work. And talking about education being a way to liberation, it's been far too long that our children are vulnerable because they're not educated, or their life chances have been limited, which has led them into a life of crime. But we've got really, you know, how can I say, gangs and a lifelong criminal fraternity who are eager to pick them up. So my second question, so first recruitment, secondly is the safeguarding. How are we going to ensure that, you know, that our children are as safeguarded as possible, not only in your establishment, but when they hopefully have an opportunity for a fresh start once they're out in the community? And my final question is I've worked in Liverpool at intermediate treatment centres, and obviously in Greenwich, where I was born, and a lot of success stories in the youth justice system are around reformed people who have come through the youth justice system, been groomed in gangs and made mistakes. They come out and they you know, are like phoenixes from the ashes, but they really can work with children who are vulnerable. Do you have any anywhere in your programme to assist the skills and expertise and harness that in your Oasis Restore, please?
Okay, so there's a couple of points, and hopefully I'll cover them all, and if not, just gently remind me. So you mentioned Anne Longfield and some of the work that she's done previously, and I'm sure colleagues have read her most recent report, the Commission on Young Lives. That's actually supported and hosted by Oasis, so you can see that our thoughts and opinions are aligned there. In terms of recruitment, you're right. How on earth are we going to recruit 200 wonderful, brilliant staff, ranging from youth workers, family workers, therapists, psychologists, and others? That's going to be one of our greatest challenges. We're developing our preparations for that right now. So to give you some insight, for the head of safeguarding and transitions that we've just recently recruited to, we were inundated with applications for that role, and similar with the other roles that we've gone out for. So at the moment, at a leadership level, that's not been a concern, but certainly when we move into the frontline staff, and because of the numbers that we're looking at, it will be significant. So we've got arrangements that we're looking at, a recruitment campaign to deal with that. In terms of ensuring safeguarding, both inside Oasis Restore and then the other side of the gate, just to enable that process to work a lot smoother than I think it does currently. Our head of safeguarding and transitions will have that exact role in terms of managing the process of children arriving, children staying, and then the transition arrangements back into the community. Oasis are developing hopefully something called the Restore Network, which is working with organisations all over the country, youth work, voluntary organisations and others, to develop a network to support resettlement, because unfortunately as Oasis Restore we're not funded to support the arrangements for resettlement, but it's certainly something that's part of our thinking and development. On a strategic level, in terms of developing the arrangements for transitions, the system doesn't make decisions early enough for children. So I've been to the Association for Yacht Managers and the Association for Directors of Children's Services to talk to them about some of the challenges we think we will see through the transition arrangements. And what came out of those detailed conversations is that we would have an executive benchmarking group to set a new standard for what resettlement could look like. So I chair that amongst a number of other organisations around the table, including the Association for Yacht Managers and the Association for Directors of Children's Services. And by this time next year, we'll have a new standard. I don't want to call it a pledge, but there's going to be a new arrangement in place for youth custody, for children who are placed in youth custody and their transition arrangements back into the community. And I hope that was all of the points. Yeah.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, John. Okay, Teresa.
Yep, thank you. Thank you for the report. And look, I think everybody would say that we wish Oasis the very greatest of luck. I do currently work in the justice sector, but in the adult prison estate. And one of the points that you make in the report is the adultification of children and young people within the justice system, which has been quite damaging to them. So when the children and young people are recruited to Oasis, some of them, obviously, I assume, will be coming from sentencing. Some will be coming from elsewhere in the justice estate, including places like Cookham Wood. And I wonder what arrangements you've got in place, because I think the report at this stage is a little bit light on it, to understand where they've come from and what experiences they have had. And at the other end of the scale, and this, as far as I can see, isn't really mentioned at all, you do talk about going back into the community, but of course, many of the young people who go to Oasis won't be going back into the community. They'll be going into the adult prison estate. And so I wonder if you could just say a little bit about how you're going to handle that very different kind of transition for them. I mean, hopefully the resilience and confidence and self-belief that they will have built in the school through the values that you're hoping to inculcate will, you know, change their attitude and sort of give them a state of readiness for that. But much of the problem, as I'm sure other people know, in the youth estate as it stands, is that young people are handed very long sentences, many of them, and have got nothing to lose for a long period of time. And that impacts greatly on their behaviour and attitude. So for that particular section of young people, transitioning to another part of the justice sector, I think is going to be important. And you know, I wonder how you intend to build relationships with where they are going to go, so that the good work that you're hoping to do at Oasis doesn't become undone. Finally, I'd like to ask a bit about families, which is my specialist area of work in the justice sector. The kind of rebuilding of families, there's some examples of what's happened at Cookham Wood, there's some examples of what you might like to do at Oasis, but for me, you know, holding the family together and, as far as possible in extremely complex circumstances, wrapping them round the offender, in this case the young people, is really important. And I wonder if you're intending to make provision to support families in that particular role. And finally, for council officers, there are cost implications for this, quite significant ones. And given the sort of situation that we're in, I wonder if there are any negotiations going on with the justice sector to think about how they might like to pool budgets. In my experience, the justice sector isn't very good at doing that and operates on a shoestring a lot of the time. But I think it's important to us here today to understand what's coming down the track.
Okay, so I'm going to attempt to answer the first three, and again, apologies if I don't get these exactly right. So the first one was around placements and if any work is being undertaken about where the children will come from. So you're right, we will have children who have been sentenced and from the court, but you're also right in terms of we'll have some young people that will come from other YOI and STC because of safety issues or other arrangements. So we have been working with the Youth Custody Placement Service, which has been going on for quite some time, looking at the referrals and how the processes will work. So I'm getting in amongst that work to understand it, because some of those processes aren't fit for purpose. So we're re-looking at that. Some of that is about the information that we get right at the beginning. Time and time again, we're hearing that information is not shared, not allowing for good decisions to be made for children. So that's something we're aware of. And in January, in the early part of New Year, I've got a date with the placements team to see how they function and operate. In relation to transitions, you're right. Some of the communication and the conversation that I've led on through tonight's conversation has been around children then resettle and transitioning back to the community. But we've also got children who would be transitioning into care. So that's something that we're acutely aware of. And you're right, we'll also have individual children who will be transitioning because of serving a life sentence that will also move on to the adult estate. It is part of our transition arrangements. The arrangements where we were talking before about education, training and employment pathways, one of the things we've been looking at with the adult estate is how a young person with us, because we'll know right at the beginning that their plan is to move to the adult estate, is how do we prepare them for that. So an example is if we've got a young person that's fallen in love through the vocational pathways around hospitality and catering, then how can we upskill them and prepare them for the qualification that will need to work in the kitchen in the adult estate? So there's lots of things and pathways that we're developing there, but that's absolutely part of our focus. And in terms of some of the challenges, the feedback from both YOIs, so the Youth Offending Institute, secure training centres, secure children's homes, it's actually not necessarily children who are serving life sentences that are more difficult and problematic. It's actually children on remand who don't know how long they're going to be there and what their sentences is, and particularly at that period of time of when they think they're going to be back into the community and they go to court and then they find out they've got a 2-year sentence. It's actually those children that are more difficult. So we're looking at the arrangements for them, for example, in terms of they might not, because they won't be with us 2 years, they might not be able to sit a GCSE. So we're working with the Prince's Trust about developing a programme internally where they can complete 5 modules with us while they're there for 3 months. And then when they transition back into the community, they can be connected back with their local Prince's Trust to finish the rest of the module, so those young people don't fall through the gap. In terms of families is again right at the heart of everything we're doing. So in terms of some of the work that we'll be undertaking, we will, through our arrangements with the NHS contract, we will be delivering family functional therapy, multi-systemic therapy, and a whole range of other family programs. In terms of some of the other things we'll be doing in terms of food bank, we really see the care and the support, and particularly over the next few years, we see some of the families in terms of poverty and what we can be doing to support them, particularly where we'll be serving, you can imagine, in excess of a significant amount of meals, but there will be food left over, so how can we best support those families? So there's a number of things there, but even from the design of the building. So the family contact rooms, I'll give you an example of one of them that I can describe as the downstairs of a house. So families will walk in where they will see a front room, a living room, and a kitchen. And the design of that is intentional. We've designed that both in terms of our young people who have been involved, but also some of the parents who told us their experience of going to visit their children on custody who have been sentenced. So our reception is going to look more like a school reception. And the way in which they'll be taken through then. The plan is things like a child who's been doing, again, if I stick on the catering and hospitality, they can be cooking the meal for their family. So when the family arrive, they can see them cooking their meal and they can then eat a meal as a family. Another time it might be that the parents arrive early, so mum or dad's arrived early and cooked their favourite meal, just for them to exist, just in a moment of time as a family. So there's some of the examples we're doing to make sure that families are cared for and supported, because the reality is we need to understand how they function as a family to make sure that we can best support them in the transition arrangements.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Teresa. Tristan.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your report. My first question links to a National Audit Office report, actually, that came out, and it links to the delays in terms of you opening this facility. So I think, members, it's not related to the report here, but it's certainly in the public domain. The original proposal, as I understand, was for 70 students. That's gone down to 49, and that's using the government's proposals for secure schools. the original cost was 4.9 million and it's now, I think, 36.5 million. So it's escalated quite significantly. There have been numerous delays. I think the initial opening, I remember 12 months ago, was in 2023. And looking at this report now, it says 2024. So I suppose my first question to you is, there's no more budget overruns planned. You are predicted to be opening in 2024. So just because there are concerns here, because potentially, as I say, my colleagues mentioned financial liability. I appreciate a lot of that might be picked up by the Ministry of Justice, and certainly they've suggested that as part of your arrangement on your website, which you've published. But there are concerns around, you know, how many more, when things are delayed, is this something which we should expect going forward? And are you still planning on the current timetable? My second question is around your Board of Trustees. So the website has indicated that you haven't appointed a Board of Trustees yet. So I don't know if the website is inaccurate or whether you have appointed a Board of Trustees. That would seem sensible given the sums of money that you have, that perhaps that board would have been appointed prior to you going out to consultation. So I just wondered if has the Board of Trustees been appointed, and if they haven't, when was that due to be appointed? And then just thirdly, around the numbers, I know I mentioned it initially, when the initial consultation for secure schools went out, they were around 60 to 70 students. Clearly, you're now looking at potentially 2/3 of that number, which I raise questions about sustainability. If you're looking at hiring significant numbers of staff, but your numbers of pupils are low, that does raise question about per pupil funding, and if there's a government grant which is for instance, they're giving a lump sum for a smaller number of students, that does raise questions about financial viability as well, because it would appear that they're paying you a huge amount for a smaller number of students being educated. So can you just clarify that funding arrangement for me? So was it 70 students and you've reduced it to 49? And are you therefore asking for less money as a result, or are you asking for the same amount of money just for fewer students? Just can I clarify those three questions? Thanks.
Yeah, so in terms of the delays, probably that's a question you probably want to pose to the Ministry of Justice, because the delays have been not a fault of Oasis Restore. We've been commissioned and met all of our targeted aspects. In terms of the youth custody budget from 4.9 to 36.5, you're absolutely right in terms of the costs that have increased over the time scale of the programme going live. Some of that has been about the building changes that have been requested. So one of those examples is we're creating a family room, not just a contact centre where they would ordinarily have sat in the hut outside in the car park. So there's been significant changes to the building to make sure that if Oasis Restore is going to deliver on the vision and the mission and the objectives in which we've been set and said we would do, then we've also got an environment that allows that to happen. And in terms of the Board of Trustees, so at the point of the website going live, you're right, we weren't able to report because at that point the Board of Trustees was acting in a shadow arrangement, but now that we're registered on Companies House, that will be something that will be updated. And yes, we have appointed, and I know that we're going to be appointing additional trustees over the next 3 months, I think it is.
Can I just come back on that Board of Trustees? It would be really, and I don't know if this is a proposal to go in, but will those Board of Trustees for this include representatives within Medway, including individuals with it? Because this is the first in this area. Yeah. It is a Medway school, in effect, and will that include a local representative in some capacity? Thanks.
Yeah, that's a great question, and I'll take that to the board. Because at the moment, there's not, but I think that's a great question.
Good point. Thank you. Harry.
Thank you, Chair. Just reading the report with regards to the YOI across the country, you mentioned in your report that G4S seems to be the only provider that seems to be performing. What are they doing differently?
That also is a very good question. Credit where credit is due. G4S had a very poor track record in England when they ran secure trading centres, one of which was Medway. But for years now, and I mean probably going back 10 years in my memory, Park, which is a small unit within an adult prison in South Wales, run by G4S, has been seen by the inspectors as being by a long way the best performing YOI. I think this is just a theory, a personal theory. I've puzzled about it a lot of people have as well. Firstly, it's by a long way the smallest of all the YOIs, under 40 children there at the moment, and it's always been the smallest. And I think that there are real benefits in terms of custodial care from small size, in terms of then developing programs, striking personal relationships, and those sorts of things. I think they have a better track record in being able to retain staff. One of the biggest challenges in children's prisons in England has been the turnover of staff. It's a very difficult job, but we don't seem to be able to sustain staff at what's called band 3, which is basic prison officer level, for appreciable periods of time. And that just makes a very difficult job more difficult, because we're constantly using people who are very inexperienced for some of the most difficult work in the children's sector. And then thirdly, and this is probably the most speculative answer, I think that there is a greater buy-in across certainly the South Wales community in terms of accepting that children in prison are, that there is a broader responsibility towards children in prison, particularly when they come out, but also during the period that they're in, rather than simply warehousing children in prisons and they disappear from mind. They don't get the same level of support and input that their needs would indicate that they should. I think there's a greater sense that is unacceptable in South Wales in particular. But that's very speculative, and I'm sure you could find 50 people who would say I've just given you a complete twaddle as an answer. But certainly the first two things, size and stability of staffing, seem to be distinctive features.
Okay, thank you, John. Donna.
Just a couple of questions for me, Andy, if that's all right. I know you've had some sort of discussions with Leanne and with Becky as well, but we're quite looking forward to collaborating more with you as time moves on and the programme comes further along. I think one of the things for me, and we discussed with you, I think, at last year's CMT, was about you're saying about the challenge of recruitment. That's going to obviously pull into the pool of children's social care in Medway. We've already got real challenges with recruitment, so that is a cause for worry for me, and something that we'll really want to work with you on, about how we make sure that it doesn't have a significant or more significant impact on our current workforce than we've already experienced in. So I think we're keen to collaborate and talk about how we can make that work and what that might look like, because it is a cause for concern for me, and I'm sure it will be for everyone around the table this evening. The second query from me is a little bit about, I know we had a conversation about this last year when we met you at CMT, was about the location assessment, the local area assessment. Do you know where that's at? Because we haven't seen that. I haven't seen that come across. So it'd be helpful to know where that is in the process, because that risk assessment will be important for us to engage in Medway. Certainly for all those children, that are potentially going to be coming out of custody and relocated.
Yeah, thanks, Donna. I came to CMT to actually raise the concerns, because when I was first appointed, and I guess already having an existing relationship with Medway and knowing the national challenges, I came to CMT to say that there was going to be, as we recruit staff, particularly social workers, particularly family workers and youth workers and others, my concern was, because I know the challenges locally in Medway and Kent and other areas around recruiting staff. So So I was aware of that, and that's something we were still acutely aware of. And what I think I suggested then is, in terms of as we roll out our recruitment campaign and as we get closer to recruitment, that instead of giving a certain period of notice, we might want to recruit early, but then appoint for start date a little bit longer to give you periods of time where, if there was a vacancy in terms of children's services social worker, that you would be able to cover. So that's something that I think we need more conversations on. In relation to the local area assessment, my understanding is the project manager for the youth custody services meeting with Leanne in the next couple of weeks, and I know he's going to be updating Leanne on the local area assessment. It's, I forget his surname, it's Robin Dover, I think it is, but he's meeting with Leanne in the next few weeks, and we'll be able to give him an update on the local area assessment.
And then just, I wasn't aware of that, but obviously that probably will have happened. It's just that I thought Leanne's on leave, so I'll check that. Or perhaps we could come, you could let me know afterwards.
Yeah,
it'd be really helpful.
Yeah, I can check the date for you and come back to you.
Thank you. And then just sort of, I suppose one sort of more question leading on from that I think would be useful, because I know you've been meeting with Becky and maybe I can join some of those meetings, is to have a bit of a dialogue about that grant funding. And I think I know it won't be from you, but I think probably for us to understand better the impact of relocation of children that are going to come out of the secure school and those that are going to be reintegrated into Medway, because I guess the impact of that on the local community and how we work with you to make that work and to be a good experience for children, and, you know, the impact on local accommodation, you know, our own sort of care leaver population and the other issues we've got about accommodation ourselves. So I think there's probably quite a bit of work for us to do as things start to sort of move forward now that it's coming together more. And so I think we're quite keen to do that.
Yeah, happy to have further conversations.
Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, Andy, it's lovely to have you with us this evening, and so many things to look forward to with the OSC's Restore program, and many good points raised, especially the last one by Donna. Chair, I move that we note the report. A recommendation from Councillor Osborne is also useful with regards to possibly having a Medway resident as part of the trustees, board of trustees, when that is considered. Thank you.
Sorry.
Perhaps it might be useful if we take up the kind invitation to go and visit Cookham Wood. We did a long time ago, and I know Councillor Cooper and Housecroft have already been, but I think other members would have liked, I certainly would like to go along, so I'd be very happy to.
I'll see what I can do. Thank you. Is that agreed? Oh, sorry, has it been seconded? So I beg your pardon. Thank you. We now move on to item 8, which is the Children and Young People's Plan, which is on pages 155 through 180 in your pack. Donna will introduce this report. So officers, if anything you wish to add to the report before I open up for debate.
Thank you, Chair, and can I say thank you for bringing my item forward? I do appreciate it. So I'm very pleased to introduce the Children and Young People's Plan to you today. This is a document which aims to support collaborative partnership working, really to benefit all of our children and young people in Medway. So it sets out our vision and our priorities for the next 3 years. And it's important to say that this is consistent with the people strategy, which has already been developed and I think has been before Cabinet, which has been based on consultation with children and young people across Medway through the very active work that many of you will be aware of that takes place through the Child Friendly Medway initiative. So we've built on that and used the feedback that we've had from those children and young people to develop the plan, as well as consulting with all of our statutory partners. Members of the committee will know that partners are currently working to our Children's Improvement Plan, which is overseen by the Improvement Board, and that has set out how partners will work together to address the improvements that have been needed in children's social care services following the OFSTED inspection back in 2019. And that hopefully will support a positive outcome from the next OFSTED inspection, which we anticipate will take place in spring, early summer 2023. So this Children and Young People's Plan covers the period from 2023 through to 2025, and that will really support partners to transition from the improvement plan, and it sets out some refreshed objectives and priorities to work with all children in Medway, not just those children we work with through children's social care. Hopefully that will give assurance to children, young people and families that we have considered and addressed the priorities that they have set out and identified. Colleagues will note that the document contains a vision and a set of shared strategic objectives which all partners have signed up to and supported. And those are that children and young people will be safe, that they will have the best start in life, that they will develop well, that they will aspire to become independent adults, and that they, importantly, will participate in and contribute to their community and have a meaningful say in decisions that are taken about them. The plan identifies some broad actions for partners to sign up to, and a set of measures that will be in place to support oversight and evaluation of the impact of the plan. And again, those measures have been developed along with partners as part of the People Strategy, and what we've done is taken those measures that apply to our children and young people and incorporated them into the Children and Young People's Plan. It will be implemented from April 2023, and the progress on the plan will be reported to the Health and Wellbeing Board, as the People Strategy is at the moment as well. What we expect the impact of the plan to be is that we will have positive outcomes, including around health, education, safety and well-being for our children and young people in Medway, as a result of the interventions that together with partners we will provide. That more children and young people will be empowered and enabled to have a say in how their services are developed, and that they will have and be able to lead fulfilled and independent lives in Medway by accessing accommodation, education and employment opportunities as they move into adulthood. So I believe the plan will enable and help us to work together with our partners and to ensure all of our resources are used effectively and efficiently, and that we together are focused on promoting better outcomes for children and young people. But I'm very happy to take any questions about the plan or how it's been developed. Thank you.
Clive.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the report tonight. I think the plan will be important, not just as articulating a vision, but also enabling the Council to be held to account and for progress to be measured. And I think it's significant from that point of view. I've got two comments. So the first one is all of the language in the report, all of the issues, all of the aims and objectives are clearly focused on children. From that point of view, I don't understand why the Health and Wellbeing Board is has been decided as the appropriate governance route. I do know that the report says that that's because that's where the People's Plan goes, but this is clearly young people, children and young people focused. The Health and Wellbeing Board is a formal committee of the Council, but it's not embedded in the Council's governance in the way, for instance, that this committee is. So I think if the plan is to carry the weight, which I think all of us would want it to, I think it clearly needs to be, at the very least, jointly scrutinised by Children and Young People's Committee. So at the appropriate time, Chair, I would like to formally move that as a recommendation. The second issue is the report's phrase about a meaningful say for children. I often pick up on this in reports, children's voice, families' voice. I'm interested to know what the mechanics of that will be because, with respect, but, with respect to a lot of the reports that I read, it's frankly quite easy to say that we will place that experience at the centre of what we're going to do. I think it's actually quite difficult to do. And I speak as one who has worked in schools where schools have had the objective of having children's voices being central. I have seen how difficult that can be in practice. So I just wonder whether, what the mechanics of the meaningful say for children will be. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So the governance arrangements, there have been under some discussion as to the most appropriate place. I think I have no problem with Overview and Scrutiny Committee having a view on that, but it is a plan for all of our statutory partners. It's not just a council plan, and I think that's important, which is why Health and Wellbeing Board and the partners that sit on that was proposed in the first instance. We currently have an improvement board, and the chair of our improvement board is sitting on my left, and many local authorities do have a Children and Young People's Partnership, which is a much broader multi-agency group. In Medway, we don't have that mechanism at the moment because the Improvement Board has clearly a really important role to oversee all of those actions under our improvement plan. But when the Improvement Board's role comes to an end, it may well be that Medway does consider establishing some sort of Children and Young People's Partnership that would support partners to continue to work together as they already have under the improvement plan. So I think that's something for the future. As far as making children's voice real and the mechanics of that, I think it's something we all strive to do better. Really important that children and young people do have a say in how services are developed and delivered. Any of you who've been involved in the events that Amy St. Louis and her colleagues have facilitated through the Child Friendly Medway initiative, I'm sure will know that that's been a really successful way of bringing together groups of children and young people into the town hall events, creatively seeking their views. And I think that's important that those links with the Child Friendly Medway programme continue and we utilise that opportunity, but also any other opportunities that we have to interact directly with young people to seek their views. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. At this point, before I go to Pat, I'd like to formally second Councillor Johnson's proposal because the Health and Wellbeing Board is not a scrutiny committee, and I do think this needs to be scrutinised. So, it was a point I was going to bring up later on, but thank you for that. Pat.
Chair, you beat me to it.
Pat.
I was going to say, Chair, you beat me to it because I was going to second that recommendation as well. So I think gratefully we're on the same wavelength, so to speak. Yes, just a couple of points. I don't see anything here. I know we're talking about schools, etc., but school governors are a material point of anything that happens in schools. So I'm just wondering if there could be anything or a paragraph or a few words to explain the fact that, we are what we are and, what we do in school, because I can't see anything here written about it, although schools generically are spoken of. The second thing that I'd like to say is on page 167, talking about young people being involved with county lines. And I know that the youth service have now started to be at train stations and with the help of the British Transport Police, and they are also doing stuff there, making sure that young people don't get involved when taking off trains, they're doing that sort of good work. So I know that's happening. Another issue is talking about children who dental treatment. Now, we know that there has been some hiatus going on about dentists, and we know this from corporate parenting boards that sometimes it's difficult for young people to actually get to a dentist because of the contracts that they're under. National Health Service with dentistry is not being able to provide enough dentists for the children to go to. So I think that needs to be, you know, be made aware of. But that's the three things that I would like to say, and please could we think about school governance? Thank you.
Thank you. I think one of the things we've debated with partners as we've been putting the plan together is how much detail of individual partners we include in this plan, because this is the sort of overarching plan, and each partner agency will have their own more detailed plans that sit underneath this and hopefully filter through. So the issue of schools and schools' contribution certainly is something I can take back and look at, but I think we would expect all partners then, including our health partners and dentistry and the youth service and the work they're doing with county lines, to think about how their individual service plans feed through, and we have that thread through. But I'll certainly take those points away and look at it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. And Gloria.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Sue, for your report. Obviously, I note that for these plans to work, you need your partners. And rightly so, I can see in the risk factor, one of which you've identified is failure to align our priorities to our partners' priorities as well. Going on from the points that Donna raised before, especially within that transition stage, how do you see that affecting this plan? Are you likely to be part of that discussion that obviously Donna was suggesting before, to ensure that our plan is robust enough to take on whatever eventualities something like that could bring into our community here in Medway? And also, if that is the case, do you not consider finance as a risk factor to this overall plan being achieved as well? Thank you.
I think it's really important that a partnership forum does come together to look at that, so that there is that commitment and the consultation that we've had with partners. I think you're right, finance is a risk factor for all of us in delivering. I think what we've tried to do with this plan is keep the strategic objectives at a high enough level that partners can sign up to them, but we recognise that the resources to deliver on individual actions may well be limited and constrained as we move forward, and which is why I think it is important there's some sort of partnership forum to come together to look at how all those resources are used and shared. And I think the work Donna's doing will absolutely support that. Do you want to come in there, Donna?
I think we'd expect there to be a synergy between the work of the partnership with what we're all doing. So I think there's so many layers of partnership working, whether that's through the partnership itself, through Rory and that work, and through the plan. The plan is bringing together, I think, what has been our improvement plan and moving us into the next point of our journey. So it will take our improvement plan and move that forward. And that's our shared objectives. We've still got all the work that sits underneath that for our own cohort of children we're responsible for in Medway, plus all of the other work as well that we've got to continue to do. So I think it will join.
Anybody? Yes.
Yeah, just from the Medway Parent Carers Forum view, I wanted to know how SEND voices have been heard. You know, at the end of the day, they still have a right. And also, this is the first I've seen this plan, so really disappointed to hear that.
So the partnership consultation has been done through our partners on the improvement board and had separate meetings. So, you know, I apologise we haven't made direct contact with the Parent Carers Forum, I would hope that some of the views of the Parents Carers Forum would get fed in through partner representatives, but I know we can't make those assumptions. But certainly moving forward, I think we would seek to get input from a wide range of stakeholders in the plan as far as how well it's being rolled out.
I think as well, to add to that, I think there's been a lot of work through Child-Friendly Medway to capture a really broad group of children, and we know that that's capturing all our children's voices across a really wide group, so we'd hope to capture through there. And I think if we've missed stuff, then obviously we're really happy to look as well and to engage with you about it, as always. So we would hope that we've probably captured a good percentage of the population, but it's always difficult to get everything. So if we want to take it outside of here, we'd be happy for a conversation.
That'd be great, thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
Vice Chair. Beg your pardon.
Obviously, the plan has got laudable objectives and lots of links right across the council, but I wanted just to, a little bit, please, explore. So some of the things in the plan are quite worrying, aren't they? This high number of ECHP plans. The fact that if people start with disadvantage, that disadvantage continues and follows them through their life journey. And those people that start with disadvantage then begin to suffer other kinds of disadvantages that we don't actually seem to have cracked. We've got a large population of children, and within that, there are more children who are disadvantaged compared to other areas. And the plan is quite explicit about that. And I wonder if some of that disadvantage is related to a failure to pick things up at an early enough stage. I mean, I'm sure that there are other people in the room who still miss Sure Start, and the extent to which that very focused policy to give children a good start in life impacted on their success. And the absence of it, I'm afraid, I think has led to the situation that's described here. I think lots of ECHP plans start when schools are faced with a child who's got problems and difficulties that haven't been picked up and dealt with at an early enough stage. And as I say, that follows those children all the way through. So I wonder if the emphasis on the best start in life, there is an emphasis on having a good start in life, but I wonder if that wouldn't merit a more detailed part of the plan. Because it's all very well to say, we've got more people with the ECHP plans, we've got more people who are disadvantaged and continue to be disadvantaged. The plan seems to me to be a bit less aspirational about those things than it is about anything else.
I think it's important to know what our starting point is and what our baseline is so that we can then evaluate progress. And I think that's why it was important to set out some of that data that says where are we now and then where do we want to get to. And I would hope that having these objectives does enable partners to be aspirational then in what they're setting out to do to address them. I think it's setting those objectives and getting that agreement about broad statements, having a best start in life. What does that mean for everybody then who's working to that strategic objective, and encourage different partners to think about their aspirations for all of our children in Medway. I'm sorry if it doesn't seem aspirational enough, because I think it is really important that we do have high aspirations for our children in Medway, but equally I think it was important to set out our baseline data so when we come to measure we can start to see whether we're having any impact on that.
Yeah, can I just come back, Chair? Given that context then, it is a bit surprising that the Parent and Carers Forum wasn't included and doesn't feel included in putting this together, particularly if I look at the last paragraph on page 161, which describes the situation. For example, individuals with a learning disability and individuals with mental illness have got lower life expectancy. There are lots of things in there that families with SEND issues would feel, I think, pretty demoralised by. So if their views haven't been engaged with or sufficiently heard, then that's something I think action should be taken to address that as quickly as possible, because in fact a big chunk of this focuses on that particular group of people.
Thank you. And if I can just come in on that, because you're absolutely right, and the council has got a huge focus on that cohort of young people. We've got the safety valve later on this agenda. I think for this plan, it's much more about the overarching principles. The policies and plans that sit underneath this, that all feed into it, do go down into that level of detail. And certainly the Medway parents and carers have been involved at that level of detail in terms of the development of that work and some of that around those particular individual plans. So I think this is a higher level in terms of trying to cover everything and therefore not actually putting enough of the meat on the bones in a lot of the areas, because there are policies underneath that.
Yeah, I mean, thank you, Celia. It's the public-facing bit of the plan, isn't it?
Absolutely.
It's the way that people see themselves through the prism of the way that Medway views them. So, you know, I understand it's high level, and, you know, I've had this sort of debate in plans that we see relating to adults, and, you know, I know everything else sits under it, but that isn't always very encouraging for the people that this plan seeks to lift up and realise their potential. Okay.
And I absolutely echo Donna's invitation that if there are specific things from the Parent Carer Forum that it would be helpful to talk to them about and include, then we're very open to that.
Joanne.
Yeah, just back to Celia, really. We've got our representative from the Parents Forum who hasn't been consulted, and you know, really, I would actually say it should be a necessity as a first port of call, because, you know, this is a really active group that support their children, but not only their children, lots of children in this authority and other people's children and schools. And I think it's really remiss that they haven't had an opportunity to be heard.
Thank you, and really valid points that you're making. Just to confirm, and hopefully Lisa will reinforce this, we do have lots of communication with Medway parents and carers, particularly around children and young people with SEND. We hold regular coffee mornings and we do education and SEND events with them. So we do get the feedback. It's just in relation to this overarching people strategy that we've been remiss in not sharing that with them. But we absolutely recognise that point and take that away.
I appreciate that, thank you. I mean, in the disability world, we say nothing about us without us.
Okay, any other members? Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I move that the committee notes the contents of the report. There's a recommendation coming from Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, we can take it as read that officers will pick up the Parent Carer Forum issue with regard to the plan, so don't need a recommendation. Okay, this committee recommends that scrutiny of the children's plan should be shared with the Health and Wellbeing Board.
That's it. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the options are children and young people do, ONS does it instead of Health and Wellbeing Board. I mean, I take the points that there are about the membership of Health and Wellbeing Board being wider than we are. I see no problem with it being shared. We would be able to feed into full council in a way that Health and Wellbeing Board wouldn't, I think. Right. you know, I'm happy for it to be shared. So that would be what I would suggest. This committee recommends that scrutiny of the children's plan should be shared with the Health and Wellbeing Board.
Yep.
Yeah, as stated by Councillor Johnson.
Okay. Is that seconded? Yeah. Pat Cooper. Okay. Is that agreed? Agreed. Okay, right. Moving back now to item 6. The Medway Safeguarding Children Partnership Annual Report on pages 95 to 132. Rory Patterson, good evening, is independent scrutineer, and Rebecca Cooper and Simon Plummer are in attendance for this report. So Rory and officers, anything you wish to add to the report before I open up for debate? Simon.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, if I may, I'll just say a few words by way of introduction to the report. So, first of all, the report is being presented to this committee in line with the joint working protocol that we've got in place in Medway. So, the report has been to the Health and Wellbeing Board already in the last couple of weeks. It'll also be going to the Community Safety Partnership and also the Kent and Medway Adult Safeguarding Board as well. So, this is the third annual report of the Medway Safeguarding Children Partnership. So, it covers the period from April 2021 to March 2022, and it provides an overview of the work that's been carried out by the MSCP in the last year, setting out the key achievements of the partnership against its key priorities, and also just giving a bit of an overview around the learning and improvement role that the partnership has, including the case reviews that have been undertaken. It also includes a section by the independent scrutineer, Rory Patterson. There were just a couple of areas that from the report that I just wanted to touch on. So the first one was around the training function of the MSCP. So the MSCP delivers a range of training to professionals and volunteers who work with children in Medway. So during the year, training was delivered to 550 practitioners, and in addition we held a series of conferences and learning events. Significantly, we also saw during the year a huge increase in professionals that were accessing our e-learning resources, and actually over 45,000 courses were completed in the year, which is quite a significant increase from previous years. The second area is the work that we've been doing as a partnership around neglect. So neglect is a key priority for the MSCP for the year. Because we know nationally and locally it's such a kind of significant feature in a number of different cases. So during the year we have published the Medway neglect strategy. We've set up a neglect champions network with champions meeting every couple of months to share learning and provide support and resources to frontline practitioners. And we've also been provided training in the use of the Graded Care Profile 2, which is the assessment tool for neglect that's used by practitioners across all the different agencies in Medway. So they were the two key areas I just wanted to pull out of the report. Excuse me, I'll stop there for any comments and questions. And as you said, Chairman, I've got Becky Cooper here, who's one of the MSCP executive members, and Rory Patterson as independent scrutineer.
Thank you, Chairman. Thanks for the opportunity of addressing the committee this evening. I'd like to make just a few brief points. Firstly, that Medway's a bit ahead of the game on this in terms of including the accountable officers in a regular meeting to take account of their responsibilities in relation to safeguarding. So the accountable officers, chief executive of the local authority, the accountable officer for the health sector, and the chief superintendent for Kent. Lots of areas don't have that in place at the moment because there's 100% delegation executives to directors or officers below that level. So I think that's really important in terms of understanding that who is actually accountable for safeguarding in the area. It's also worth remembering that there are relatively few resources allocated to the Safeguarding Partnership. And it's got a small business unit, and I think brilliantly run by Simon here. I'll spare his blushes a little bit. It's about how partners and officers from other parts of the system work together on a regular basis. These are people who already have full-time jobs, they're already very busy, but they give up their time to make sure that the partnership works effectively, and they share information and they drive forward the business. And I think Medway's got a really great substructure which I think works pretty effectively. So it looks at performance management, quality assurance. It has multi-agency case audit, so it gives the partnership a sense of what good multi-agency working should look like. And it also has learning lessons subgroups, quite a transparent system. It's all about learning and how that can be shared more widely across the system. It also has a very good system for notifying the National Child Safeguarding Practice Review Panel, which you're required to do when there's been a serious incident. And in fact, Medway's got recognition back from the panel about the quality of the reports that it provides to the national panel. So very, very clear reports, very good analysis of what the issues are locally, and that should be, recognised as a real positive aspect of the work of the partnership. So overall, a really sound structure in place, partners working very well together, but some challenges around how you evidence impact against the very appropriate priorities that the partnership has set itself. So, what are the metrics for judging, has there been a difference to neglect in the area? What impact has there been on domestic abuse or contextual safeguarding? And that's one of the challenges, not just for the Medway partnership, but for all partnerships throughout the country. How do you know you're making a difference? But I know, Medway is collecting data, is scrutinising and challenging itself to look at better ways of evidencing that it is making a difference. And there are opportunities there in terms of looking at the impact of casework and practice and how agencies are working together. And that just needs refining so that it can be more included in the annual report going forward. And the executive itself can see what progress it's making against its objectives. The final point I'd make is about risks. It's already been mentioned tonight about recruitment and retention. Recruitment of social workers is an issue nationally. It's not just something that Medway's dealing with. And there may be light at the end of the tunnel, but the independent review of children's social work, which was published in May, we hope to see an implementation strategy being published soon. It was going to be by the end of the year, but they're running out of time. But there are some key recommendations in there in relation to social work recruitment and training. And it's hoped that if this gets moved forward and implemented going forward, that we would hope to see better progress made in terms of recruiting social workers. It's not just social workers, because there are also issues across health as well. So there is a systemic challenge for the safeguarding system. So in conclusion, I'd say you've got a very sound partnership here. There's a challenge around measuring impact, but it does work effectively to bring partners together to drive forward the safeguarding agenda in Medway. Thank you.
Okay. Becky, do you want to speak? No. Okay, members, anybody else? Tristan or Clive? Tristan.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate your comments there. One of the roles of the scrutineers is to identify any disagreement between agencies, which does happen in other places. I was just wondering if you could elaborate, because I can't see anything in the report. I'm assuming all agencies have been on the same page and everything has been absolutely positive and there has been no disagreement. It might be that is the case. But I was just wondering if there have been any issues over the course of the year where you've met with perhaps resistance from agencies, perhaps agencies have not been able to meet you, or maybe there have been budget reasons. And I used a recent example with the reduction in policing in schools, school teams, for instance. Were you, for instance, consulted upon that consultation by Kent Police and in terms of the impacts? So that's my first question. The second one is just around your meetings with bodies. I know in many other local authorities, and this could be a simple yes and no, they have very regular meetings with the lead of the council and senior portfolios of the council. Now, obviously, your role is politically neutral, but are you regularly meeting with these individuals? Are they giving you the airtime for you to engage? Because that is what's happening in other places, and I would hope that that is happening here. So maybe, I mean, how many meetings have you had with the leader of the council first in the last 12 months would be the question I would ask. And just lastly, your assurance judgment, I get the, I'm looking through it and I can obviously see that you've given three considerations on page 110 or 12, depending on if people are looking online. You've mentioned develop stronger links with the third sector to ensure they are fully engaged with the safeguarding priorities. You must have raised that one specific. That one is quite specific around third sector. What do you mean by that? Could you just elaborate? Are there bodies at the moment that are not engaging with us on safeguarding priorities? Because that raises that question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, identifying disagreement. I think the partnership in Medway is generally very open and transparent and engages well with discussion and debate. I've not found any resistance whatsoever to any area I wish to, look into or approach. And in fact, they've given me carte blanche to go wherever I want in terms of looking at issues. So I have raised some challenges in relation to, say, how the police might work more closely and effectively with the local authority. And at the moment, I'm looking at a particular issue in relation to detention of young people in police custody. And there are some sort of disagreement and issues there about how that process should be managed. But I've found that I'm pretty much welcomed wherever I go. I'm not sensing a lot of resistance. I think people within their agencies sometimes do struggle and can feel a little bit defensive. But I found, once we get into a conversation, dialogue about it, and we're generally on the same page in terms of what we're trying to achieve. So I feel very positive about Medway. I've seen a lot more resistance in other places, and it's not something I feel here. I also chair the improvement board, and I think Medway is very open and transparent about things. Maybe it's had to be, but it's all there to be seen. So, I find that quite refreshing, and I think the leadership is very open in that way as well. So I think that's a positive. In terms of my meetings with political leaders, I meet the leader of the council regularly through the improvement board, but my time is very limited. So I have, effectively, it's one day a month. So I choose to spend that scrutinising areas of practice and areas that there might be vulnerabilities in the system. And if you look at it in terms of the time allowance, arguably that's a bit more productive than necessarily having meetings with politicians. Having said that, I've attended overview and scrutiny meetings. I've attended meetings with members in relation to data, because one of the challenges was around did members understand the data in terms of children's services? And again, there's in the 3 years that I've been working with Medway, tremendous improvement in terms of member engagement with the children's agenda, and something to be applauded, really, in terms of that progress. Sorry, have I lost the last one? No, in terms of I wasn't consulted by the police. And that, I found that I wasn't disappointed I wasn't consulted. I was disappointed about the officers, the issue about officers, because clearly that was seen as a real positive in the area. The heads I met, and I've met a lot of heads, they were very, very positively engaged in that process. And I think, you know, the level of disappointment was quite tangible. And I think that's something, so that's something I put back to the partnership. You know, what's happening? How does this, what's the process for this? Who knew about it? How were you engaged in that conversation? And a very positive partnership would have been talking about that and sharing thoughts and ideas and concerns. So that's some of the stuff I work on. Like, how do you get into the difficult areas of conversations? I want to make a decision. I'm in children's services. How do I engage with my partners? Because it has an impact. And what I've been trying to work on is, if I do something over here, it'll impact a colleague in another bit of the system. It's interconnected, as is sort of safeguarding. So I hope I've answered all of your questions.
Thank you, Rory. Thank you, Tristan. Pat.
Yes, thank you, Chairman, and thank you for the very long report. I was also going to talk about the role of police officers, because I can tell you from my school's perspective that we are very, very unhappy in this. And one of the reasons why we are unhappy is that I am a governor of young people with autism. You know, we need to have police on board, literally, because one of my teachers, she dialed to get, you know, through to the police on the 101 number, and it took 45 minutes before anybody answered her. And this was a safeguarding issue, and therefore it needed to be done quickly. And because we didn't have our relevant police officer in our school, which could have made this so much simpler, we had to wait all that time. And quite frankly, I think that this is a really, really bad thing that has happened. Now, I know the police are short-staffed, etc., but the way it was done, you know, without hardly any notice whatsoever, it really upset us, you know, in my school. I think that was not a very good thing to have happened. Which leads me nicely on to further up that page on 109, talking about you recognise the value of engaging school leaders in strategic decision making, and then you say, although it's improved, although more could be done to enable head teachers to influence the strategic direction of the partnership. Could you explain to me what head teachers need to do to actually do this? Because head teachers are there to, you know, be a head teacher of a school. So how can they actually influence your strategic direction? Because you are the partnership. Surely it should be possibly the other way around. So I'm not quite sure how that wording leads us to really say that head teachers should be telling you exactly, you know, what to do. And there was just one other point. I know that on page 111 you're talking about the signs of safety, and not to go into too fine a detail, we have had issues with our own IT mosaic with signs of safety, and we've had a few difficulties there, but I can tell you from dealing with a governor monitoring report that I'm just about to write, that my school, and especially my sixth form, they are absolutely thrilled to bits with Mosaic, because they say that it is so much easier for reporting. All they've got to do is a couple of clicks, they look up the information, and it's there in front of them. So that's a positive for that particular situation. But I would like some answers for the other two, please.
Thank you. So it's not about somebody telling somebody else what it is or isn't they should be doing it. So it's about influence, and the head teacher voice should be influencing the agenda because they're working with children. You know, they see them children every day in a way that strategic leaders aren't. So it's about how you start getting the thoughts of school leaders into the system. It's not about any one individual. It's quite a challenge nowadays in the way that schools are organised in multi-academy trusts. Nonetheless, it's still valuable to have that thinking and influence going into shaping the safeguarding agenda in the area. And I think that's also been recognised by Alan Wood and indeed by the Independent Review of Children's Social Care. How do we get the view? So Alan Wood, he reviewed safeguarding partnerships and safeguarding boards, and he produced the reports for the DFE and the government. So it is about how do you capture the views of head teachers and enable them to influence the strategic direction and the priorities that are being set. So it's a really important voice that used to be much louder around the table, became a bit dissipated over time, but there is a recognition nationally and locally, thankfully in Medway, making sure head teachers are represented on the executive, that is being fed out. But I think there's a question of confidence for heads in that sort of arena, because they're sitting around with people who are maybe used to talking about certain things and strategic discussions, and it's about supporting heads to share their views and their thinking about how they believe things might work differently and how you can have an impact. Certainly, most of the heads I've met over my career weren't shy of sharing their views with me when I was a Director of Children's Services. So, and most of what they shared was invaluable. I don't know if you want me to say something about Mosaic. Yeah. Oh, the police. Yeah, I mean, so when these things, sometimes people come to me and say, "Can you sort this out? There's a problem here," and I say, "Well, actually, that's the partnership. This is an issue the partnership has to address." So I bat it back to the partnership. This has happened. One of the statutory partners has done this. It's really had an impact. What was the process behind that? And so it's about how the partnership and the executive can learn to work differently. So it may well be, if there'd been I'm struggling for words for this bit, a more positive conversation about what the issues were, there might have been a different outcome from that because of the impact and the way that it leaves people feeling they're not being engaged in conversations, and major changes are happening, and feeling let down about that. Well, that's a responsibility for the partnership. That's not good practice, and they need to start thinking about, well, how do we do this more effectively? What does good look like when you're talking about a major change? There's a pressure in one part of the system. We think we need to make changes. How are the partners involved in discussing that?
Can I come back on that? So therefore, will you be doing any representation to the police? Will you be meeting with them and saying exactly what you've said to us here tonight? Is there any way that you can do that?
Well, I'll be saying to the partnership, you've got to address that issue. The executive has got to have that on their agenda to say, well, what's gone on here? Because we're seeing the fallout and the impact. But it's for the partnership, the strategic leaders. They have to take that forward. But that's something I feed back, and that's where I bring my challenge. Is this a good way for a partnership to operate? Is this what good looks like? And they'd probably all agree, no. They'd want to try and resolve it.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the this report. I particularly liked the themed audits and the sharing of good practice. I wondered if you could just explain about the children's voice on page 120. We want to be a child-friendly Medway, so how are you getting feedback or input from children, please? And then a little bit about expenditure, please, on 127. How do you know our expenditure is cost-effective, £174,000, please? Thank you.
Thank you. So I think if I can take, well, I can probably take both of those questions. So in terms of the voice of the child, we've already talked about it earlier today, and that's a kind of really important area of work for safeguarding partnerships. And one, I think, other safeguarding partnerships across the country have struggled with as well, in terms of at what level do we get the engagement with children and young people. One of the main ways that we hear the voice of children, and I find that's been quite effective, is through the learning reviews that we've done. In particular, families' views as well, that we've incorporated in the last couple of reviews that we've undertaken. Now that has other implications as well, because in some ways it can kind of slightly delay the process of undertaking those reviews, but actually it's really important in terms of including the family's voice in those audits. The other thing is, obviously, the MSCP is made up of the different partners, and we know that each of the different agencies have their own means of engaging with children and young people. So actually, part of that is around one of our subgroups that we have is called the Performance Management and Quality Assurance subgroup, and one of the things that we ask through that is agencies to provide a report to us, and as part of that to pick up how they engage with children and young people, and what are some of those key messages that we can feed into the partnership. If I move on to your question in terms of the finances, so I mean, I think the budget that is on included in the annual report is scrutinised by the partnership. Over the last couple of years, we have looked at ways that we can make savings, and have, where possible, we've done that. I mean, I think and I don't know whether Rory might want to comment. The other thing is comparing with other areas as well, in terms of actually their kind of budgets, and I think we're probably not, the partnership is probably not as well funded in Medway as in some other partnerships.
Thanks, Simon. Well, I mean, I haven't done a comparator of funding across partnerships, but I think just looking at it objectively, Medway does look very lean in terms of the support staff that it has to run quite a big system. And that's been really important. So Medway's getting a lot out of very few people, and that's been really important particularly through COVID and any sort of churn there has been in leadership. So there's been a small bit of churn in leadership over the last sort of year and a half. And Simon's team and his support to the subgroups, that keeps everything moving, keeps activity going, keeps the focus, keeps the business of the partnership going. So I think it's, you're getting a lot of positive work out of a well-formed business unit.
Can I just add to that, I suppose, because I've got a slightly different perspective as one of the partners, and certainly from our perspective, I think we can see a really lean and efficient partnership group there, and I think you can see the effectiveness that if you think of the volume of e-learning and training that we're getting across children's social care alone, just as one of the partners, it is quite extensive really, and the rollout of the conferences, the neglect work, we've got a lot of work that's connecting up with Simon and through the partnership around that neglect training around graded care profile, and all of those resources are quite significant when you think what a small budget that is. If you looked at that overlaid across other partnerships that I've certainly seen nationally, I would say it could, if you were to do a comparison, it would show quite favourably in terms of the volume of outcome and output we get from it, from the workforce and the impact it has on them.
Thank you. Looking at that, how do you stop duplication of work?
I think that's always a challenge for us, really, and I think there's quite a lot of interface with Simon's team. So we've had funding through the DFE to help with our neglect project that we've got running, and we've dovetailed up with the MSCP team to look at how best to use that resource really well to make sure it supports the entire partnership, to improve practice across the whole system, rather than we're doing something in our own little space. So when we went for that bid for that funding, we went for some of that training funding for the partnership across the whole. So we've tried to do as much stuff as that. So the conferences that the MSCP run will cover the whole partnership, and we will look at the programme for the year. So if we know they're covering a particular issue, then we won't do it again. So the conference that's happening in March will be neglect. We were going to run a neglect conference. We've joined that up to try as far as we can to get the best value for money, I think, and the best outcomes. And it's the same if you look at some of the learning that's coming from case reviews. They'll happen in a multi-agency way, and trying to share the tools and the outcomes from them as well.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you. Clive.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the officers for the report. A real positive, I think, is the continuing emphasis on neglect. I mean, that was previously, I think, not a strength, and it has, you know, obviously that work in that area has developed, and I think that's really important that it has done. So that's really positive. The poor audit outcomes on page 124, so it describes the sequence of those audit outcomes, and I guess what you're auditing are social care cases. So the outcome of that audit, you know, does look quite poor. You described the system for learning from them. I just wonder if you could talk through the impact that those audits and the outcomes have had in terms of improving practice, since we are, you know, months away from the final ILACs, for instance. And on page 126, the delays in the child death reviews. So there have been, you know, obvious pandemic-related delays, but we still have 12 from 2019, 2020. I appreciate these are complex, often cases, information needs to be drawn, but that does seem quite a large number to be that much delayed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I think if I just start with your first question in terms of the audits, and then colleagues might want to come in. So first of all, in terms of those audits, they are multi-agency audits. So they're not just looking at the social care records, they're looking at all of the different partner agency records that have involvement. And in fact, the process for those audits is that all agencies with involvement with the child are invited to complete an audit tool that is then brought together at a multi-agency meeting where the cases are graded, as is reported in the report, but also where any areas for learning are identified. So you mentioned in terms of the gradings that we used as part of that audit process. You will notice that the audits are done on a quarterly basis, and I think if you look through those audits, there is a kind of progression in terms of improvement to those gradings. So from the first one in April 2021, where 4 cases were identified as inadequate, 2 requiring improvement, to the last one where 2 cases were graded as inadequate and 1 requires improvement and 2 cases as good. So that does identify that there is still work to do with those across the whole multi-agency partnership. In terms of impact, and Rory might well want to come in here, he's already mentioned that is kind of one of the sort of key questions from each audit that is completed. As a partnership, we produce a learning report to highlight what the learning is, and very recently we've also just started producing some PowerPoint slides as a way of just highlighting the learning to circulate out to partner agencies, and we do that through one of our subgroups, and the subgroup members, we're reliant on them to then take that within their own agencies and share that with partners. There is also an action plan that goes with each audit. So where we identify learning and actions, we will then keep that action plan up to date. So as part of that, we do try and measure some of that impact, and I think as Rory recognised earlier, that is an area that as a partnership we're working on improving in terms of actually capturing the impact for each of those reviews that we're completing. Rory, did you want to come in on that?
Thank you, Simon. I'm not sure there's much more I can add, apart from there is a thoroughness about the way things are done in Medway. So it is followed up, and part of the work I did, I thought, well, I'm going to find out whether the people who attend that group actually do feed that back, because it says, it says on the terms of reference, and they go away and they feed it back into their system. And I wouldn't say I was surprised, but I went back and it is fed back into the system. So partners really do take it seriously. They take it back into their teams and into the various bits of the system, and they do build it into the learning and training, whether it's in health, whether it might be in acute trust, or whatever bit of or the police, whatever bit of the system they come from. So in that respect, I think it's very effective. And through that, I think you can, the partnership's going to be able to better evidence impact going forward. But these things take time. So the improvement in practice, as we know through the work in social care, does take time, and it takes persistence and constantly going at it. And I think the partnership really does, provide a good example of how that should be done.
Did you want me just to in terms of the child death reviews, so this is actually an area that's been escalated and also challenged through the MSCP executive. We have a risk register as a partnership, and this is one of the issues that is on our risk register. In terms of just a little bit of the background, in terms of why there have been some of these delays, and I will say it is to the final process in the child death review process. So in terms of each child death has its own individual review and review meeting, and those are all done to time and completed. So the delays have been to the kind of final process, which is the audit process. So a couple of years ago, changes were made at a national level, which meant that we could no longer just operate a child death overview panel on a Medway basis, because the national guidelines brought in some guidelines in terms of numbers that needed to be looked at in order that you could actually look at any kind of trends that are emerging. So as a part of that, Medway merged its child death overview process with Kent. So part of that was around setting up a new process, and then the impact of COVID. That had an impact in terms of being able to review those cases. So there is now a plan in place to overcome the backlog in those cases. And as I say, it is something that's on the risk register for the MSCP.
Thank you, guys. Gloria.
Thank you, Chair. On page 104, there's an increase in children, the number of children that obviously had child protection plan in place by about 75 children or something. And obviously, just looking down the reports, pages 112 and 111 and 112, there are some interventions. One being obviously the signs of safety and the escalation of policies. I'm assuming that one of the reasons for the increase in the number of children obviously having that child protection plan put in place could be as a result of an improved in the way things are done in practice. If that's the case, no doubt that would have increased the workload of our staff and obviously cost as well. How well, therefore, do you think did we plan to accommodate this extra increase? If that was as a result of our intervention, did we see that coming? Did we know that if obviously our practice was improved, therefore there will be more children coming forward? How robust was our plan? Because obviously if we did not plan effectively, we'll be reacting, which will mean that it will be more cost and more workload, putting more pressure on our staff. How did we plan, and how are we planning to ensure that if we do experience more increase in the number of children coming forward for child protection plans, we are able to effectively accommodate them? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Apara. I'll pick that up if I can. And I know if Leanne was here, she'd probably be ahead of me on this one. So it is something that we've thought about. I think you always expect in an improvement journey that there's the work that you do to try to ensure. So if you go back to the time when the previous inspection and the council was found to be inadequate around its children's services, there was a lot of children, hundreds of children on plans. And that often happens where you've got some drift and delay and things not moving through in the right way. And I think there was a lot of work here in Medway to try to move that through and ensure the right children had the right plan and they were timely. And I think you always see that you tidy up like that, you get a lot of work done, and then it does take time to calibrate afterwards. So I think you would always generally see plan numbers drop and then they come back up and then they settle. Our current figure is what still around the same or just below the national average, so we're not in an unusual position. I think Becky's service runs the CP chair's service there, will have been built. The numbers of child protection conference chairs are built to be able to withstand that volume of children. I think we're about where we should be. We know that we've got quite a lot of capacity issues in the system that affects the purposefulness of work sometimes, and that's what we're looking at currently at the moment to try and make sure that we're confident that is. Because as you say, if numbers do increase, so we've got more work coming in the front door, we know that has an impact on capacity and social work time. Every plan, every referral, every assessment takes up a lot of capacity. And so we always have to be trying to be purposeful in ensuring our work's moving through and children are getting the right outcome. And it's something that I can say animates most of my week, and I know it animates most of Becky's, and I know I get regular emails from Leanne about keeping an eye on it. And I know that goes to Councillor Riles as the lead member, those numbers, and everyone's watching. And we have to make sure that we're confident that we're always looking at the quality of that intervention below that, and that we know the plans are the right plans. So Becky's team are always giving a second review, checking, should the child have gone to that conference, is the conference the right outcome, is the plan the right outcome as well. So I think we're doing the right things, but you've always got to flex with, I suppose, the system, and I think we have got an uplift in need we're seeing at the moment across the whole of the front door and what's coming through, and also a lack of timeliness with things always moving through, because we've got court delays and other things, and that means children are staying subject to plans for longer. because they haven't got outcomes through court and other areas. So I think Becky wants to add something.
Thank you. That's a really helpful observation. And I think one of those things that we can't ignore is the kind of post-COVID kind of response to that, which we've seen nationally. So nationally, there's an increase of children with a child protection plan. Nationally, there's an increase of Section 47 investigations. So we're seeing that national trend. Medway isn't an outlier with the number of children with a child protection plan. And Donna's absolutely right. We kind of keep a check and an overview of that on a week. We have sort of weekly child level data. We're reviewing regularly. We have enough staff within the Child Protection Conference Chairs Service to safely chair and review children's child protection plans. And indeed, they have an additional scrutiny and oversight of those child protection plans by kind of regularly checking in with children and their families and supporting operational staff, but keeping that independent oversight. So yes, our numbers have crept up, and yes, they're still creeping up a little bit, but we're not unduly concerned about that level. I and my team, and particularly the CP chair manager and myself, review every child that comes through for an initial child protection conference, and we have a good trying to think of the word, sorry, a number that convert from referral into a CP plan, so we know that we're getting thresholds right for those referrals. So I think there's some good safeguards and mechanisms that we've built in, and yes, we are managing the numbers and keeping that under review.
Thank you. I think my concern really is the fact that, we don't want to overwhelm our resources that we have, and it's good to hear from you that we have enough staff and we are managing our capacity to the right level that we need to have. That's good. Thank you.
Did you want to come back, Donna?
Just to add from a partnership point of view, really, I know if Leanne was here, she'd probably raise it, that she has requested that there's a review of the partnership as well as an assurance function, really, over the springtime due to report in March. So that will give us a separate layer of assurance that we're confident that multi-agency partnership is doing what it needs to, and looking at the right objectives and doing the right things.
Okay. Do you want that as a recommendation?
Sorry?
Do you want that as a recommendation?
No, Leanne's already got it in hand, and she's already requested it, so that will report back to her in March.
Oh, any other member? Vice Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Rory, and thank you, officers. I move that we note the report and the minutes of the Health and Wellbeing Board of the 17th of November 2022.
Is that seconded? Councillor Griffin. Is that agreed? Thank you. Okay, we now move on to item 7. The draft capital and revenue budget from 23-24, which you'll find on pages 133 to 154 of your pack. And Katie Durkin will introduce this report. So officers, if you have anything to add before opening up to debate, now is your chance.
Thank you, Chair. So this is quite a complicated report, so if it's all right with you, I will sort of talk to it a little bit more than I ordinarily would, if that's okay. Some members of this committee have already experienced this spiel, so I'm terribly sorry to those of you for hearing this for the second time. So Council's draft budget for 23-24 was presented to Cabinet a fortnight ago today. In accordance with the Constitution, it's making its way through the Overview and Scrutiny committees, so any proposals for amendments are referred back to Cabinet for consideration when they agree the final budgets in February. The process to develop this budget began back in the summer when we prepared the Financial Outlook 22-23, and that report was intended to be discussed at the Cabinet in September. However, that meeting was cancelled following the passing of the Queen, so instead got considered in October. And at that stage, we were projecting a potential budget gap in the region of 33 to 56 million. So the budget was considered by Cabinet just a couple of days ahead of the Chancellor's autumn statement. So it's really important to note that the proposals that you might have heard or read about aren't reflected in this budget because they hadn't happened when we put this in writing. So, Chair, if it's all right, I'll talk through the report as it's written, but then if you'd like, I can summarise what the Chancellor's announcements might mean for Medway afterwards, if you'd like. Whilst when we prepared the financial outlook, we were projecting ranges. So for this draft budget, we've had to refine all of those assumptions down to our best estimate at the time of publication. So in short, the draft budget assumes the following, and again, this is all pre-autumn statement. So we were assuming income growth of just under 22 million, so broadly council tax of 6.5%, assuming what was then the 2% general referendum limit and a 1% adult social care precept. Some business rates growth, about 5 million, some ring-fenced grants for education of about 5 million, and an estimate of what we then thought the adult social care reforms funding might mean, so just under 6 million. In terms of the cost of services, the draft budget reflects a number of additional pressures which are actually shown in the appendix. So the key one here for this committee is children's social care and education with a net 16 million increased budget requirement. The draft budget also reflects significant increases in adult social care, about 12 million, about 8 million to finance the cost of our really ambitious capital programme, about 4 million which we reflected for the cost of interest on all our contracts, more than 2 million for utilities, and about 5 million for staff pay. So all of that took us up to a gap of about almost 29 million. And obviously officers are working really hard at the moment with portfolio holders to formulate savings proposals to try and address that gap, and we'll be discussing options with the leader and cabinet members through the normal sort of budget setting process. So we're expecting that the Department for Levelling Up Housing and Communities, which we're referring to as DLUC, we're expecting them to provide a statement on the autumn statement in the next few days, which will provide some longer term projections. They're talking about that looking out to 27-28, but the actual local government settlement won't be published until just before Parliament recess, so we think 20th of December, but we'll be taking a report to Cabinet in January which will try and reflect the impact of those in actual numbers for Medway's budget for that January committee meeting. So just one thing to note, although it's not necessarily in the remit of this committee, just of interest for members, when they considered the draft budget, the Cabinet also agreed to recommend to Council that if royal assent is granted, from April 2024, there are a couple of premiums which are applied to council tax properties that are long-term empty. One of those will bring forward by 1 year, so i.e. if properties are empty for 1 year, not 2 as it currently is, we'll apply 100% premium and broadly 100% premium for second homes, essentially. If they're adopted in 24-25, that would yield more than £1 million additional funding for Medway. Clearly, the primary focus of the draft budget when the numbers look like this is going to be on our revenue budget, but just a sort of note on capital that this reflects the current capital programme of almost £500 million. As usual, we'll add the capital grant allocations for things like potholes as they are announced. And there will be a capital strategy which we're bringing to Cabinet in December, which will talk much more sort of long-term about our capital aspirations. There's 2 main appendices to the report. Appendix 1 is a really high-level summary of the draft budget. Appendix 2A and 2B are probably more of interest to this committee. So 2A basically sets out what makes up the Children's and Adults Directorate budget, and 2B shows you all of the pressures and savings that we've reflected to arrive at that draft budget gap of the 29 million. So this committee is obviously asked to comment on the proposals that are in the remit of this committee, and forward those to Business Support, Overview and Scrutiny, who will in turn recommend them on to Cabinet. So, Chair, if you'd like me to just give you a whistle-stop tour of the Chancellor's announcement. So, obviously, the key one really for this committee, well, I suppose before that, I suppose it's just worth noting that the Chancellor's announcements were much more positive for Medway or for local authorities than perhaps we were expecting. So some of the sort of news that had been reported in the run-up to the autumn statement made it sound like it was going to be sort of end of days for local authorities. So whilst it's not necessarily closed our budget gap. It will be a definite positive step as a real sort of contributor to us. So I'm quite pleased. I suppose the key announcement for this committee will be that the core schools budget in England will increase. It's 2.3 million in 23-24 and another 2.3 billion, in national figures in 24-25. So the settlement will quantify that in what that means for Medway, and so we'll put that in the January Cabinet report. But if I just whistle-stop through the rest of the announcements and what they mean for the wider budget, key one, I suppose, for us is about social care. So the charging reforms being delayed for at least 2 years. No word yet on whether the other part of that, so any members who are interested, the market sustainability and fair cost of care stuff, the announcements are actually silent on that, so we don't really know whether that's going ahead or not yet. But they did confirm that the funding that was set aside for those reforms will still make its way through to local authorities. And they also announced $1 billion of new funding for social care authorities for 23-24, rising to 1.7 billion 24-25. Not 100% clear on the route some of that will go through. So some of it will go through Better Care Fund, i.e. we'll have to agree how to spend that with health partners. Some of it will come, about 40% of it will come directly to local authorities. On council tax, kind of key announcement there is flexibility to increase the referendum limit. Essentially, local authorities with upper tier functions like Medway could increase it up to 5%. There were some really positive announcements for businesses, so multiplier on which the kind of bills are based has been frozen again. There's some sort of generous support packages for retail, hospitality and leisure, so that's actually up from throughout the pandemic. Retail, hospitality and leisure businesses were only paying 50% of their rates. They're only going to pay, well, they'll have relief of 75%, so they'll only pay 25%, so some really good news for businesses in there. And obviously for individuals, so benefits and pensions all being uprated by inflation. National living wage will rise to £10.42 an hour. Obviously that's not a big jump for Medway because we moved to £10 an hour from April. The rent cap was set at 7%, but we'd only modelled up to 5%, so that doesn't adversely impact our sort of 30-year plan. And one other just sort of good bit of news, that the Household Support Fund, through which we've funded provided lots and lots of support for households for energy and food and other household essentials, and through which we funded free school meals through the school holidays. That's been confirmed to run for the entirety of the year based on the allocations. So they were announcing about £500 million every 6 months, and they've announced £1 billion for the whole year. So we assume that means our allocation will continue about 4.5–5 million for next year. That's probably the sum total of it, Chair. So happy to attempt to answer any questions any members might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie, very much. Members, Clive, Pat, Tristan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Katie, as always. Welcome to the children's gig of your world tour. It won't surprise you to learn, based on the discussion we had at Business Support last week, I'm going to major on the safety valve programme. So that's an important part of this budget, along with loads of other really important parts. So the high needs block deficit is in the region of 40 million a year. We're building up a deficit of 25 million. Lots of authorities are in that situation for reasons to do with running the SEND system, which need and detain us unnecessarily. And my guess is that if in the spring or much earlier this year we were told that the ESFA would give us £17 million, we'd have snapped their hands off, because at one stage we weren't going to get anything from them. They weren't engaging with us at all on that. However, it didn't go quite as straightforwardly as that. We had a report to come to September's Children's Committee, in which the plan obviously hadn't been agreed, but the plan was that there would be a contribution of £28 million from the ESFA to reducing our high needs block deficit. And the report that's coming to this committee tonight, that contribution is reduced to £17 million. So there's a difference there of £11 million, which is a substantial sum. None of us need to be told that. we also, so there's that issue. There's also the fact that the safety valve report later and the budget report also tells us that 2.9 million of what has up to now been charged to the High Needs Block account is going to have to be charged to the general fund, if I'm using the right terminology. So we have up to now been charging it through the High Needs Block. We are no longer going to be doing that. Again, that's a substantial amount of money to come out of the general fund. I think we sort of roughly go on the basis of a 1% increase to the council tax is about £1 million, very, very roughly. That, to a degree, will on its own wipe out any potential increase we might have in view of the Chancellor's recent announcement. And then the third issue, of course, I've been to a degree comforted up to this point with the High Needs Block deficit because it has been, and again I'm probably not using the right term, it has been ring-fenced away from the rest of the accounts by a perfectly legitimate accounting provision given to us by the government. But that's coming to an end, I think, from the end of this financial year. So all of those issues are going to pour back into the wider pressures on the council in all sorts of ways. So the £11 million, the 2.9 million is going to impact because it's no longer ring-fenced. So we had a discussion at Business Support where it was described that there was a difference between what can be charged to the High Needs Block deficit and what can't, and that difference is the 2.9 million. So that's going to have to come out. I think given the impact that this is going to have, given the impact that this will have both on the children's budget but the wider council finances, I think it will be good for us to know what was charged to the High Needs Block account, which the SFA now says we can't charge to the High Needs Block account. Were other authorities in the same situation as we were? And my guess is that there's probably quite a lot of discussions between the SFA and local authorities with regard to their own High Needs Block deficits. So, back in the summer or the spring, we were 21st, I think, on the list, so there's plenty higher up. Were other authorities in the same situation as us? Given that the ESFA, the DFE, requires us to report on these things, why did they not pick that up earlier? Why did they not say to us, well, you can't charge, or we don't feel you can, or whatever the phrase, whatever their way of phrasing it would be? Why did they not say you can't charge it to the HNB? It's got to come out of general funding. Why was that not picked up earlier? The High Needs Block grant fund, the fund, has been around for donkeys, well, at least 10 years. So I don't see why this has come out now that we're asking for the safety valve support. Then that raises the question, there's all sorts of other implications for this. If that had been picked up earlier and 2.9 million had come out, or the equivalent in the past, had come out of the High Needs Block deficit, that means, surely, that the High Needs Block would have not been in deficit in the same way as it now is, because we would have been charging less to it. So there would have been less, we wouldn't be in the same deficit position as we are now. So would we be in deficit, if my logic on that is right? Or if we would have been in deficit, would we be in as high a deficit if that had been picked up earlier? So there are other implications as well, but let's keep it to the central issues. So I'm interested in all of those because I think they're really important. There must, I think, internally have been some sort of account of the discussions. There must be, I just wonder whether there's something going around that we can have as an account, a briefing note, some sort of report on how this has arisen. It does, potentially on the face of it, seem to be a relatively, small area of the budget, but actually it's got quite major implications in terms of how we've run things and how we are going to be in the future in terms of an increased pressure of the 2.9 million and this year and each year going forward. If that's been a factor in the ESFA, the DFE saying, well, it might have been 28, but it's going to be 17, that's quite a big implication as well. So at the risk of being, I'm often a bit Rumsfeldian, I don't know what I don't know. And to some extent, I'm doing that as well. I don't know what I don't know. And I'm sort of building a case based on what I do know into the areas that I think legitimately we as councillors do need to know. I hope that's reasonably clear. Casey, thank you.
Chair, if I may, I'll start an answer to that, but obviously I've got colleagues here who, as we said at Business Support on Thursday, might be able to add a higher quality of answer than I can on a subject that's not purely accountancy. So I think I'll start by saying, obviously, the high needs block deficit has been a matter that's caused us some sleepless nights as accountants, and we were really grateful for the statutory override. And I think once the statutory override was confirmed, there were some. It was fairly clear that the government would be following that with some other support, and the safety valve programme is, I think, what emerged from that. So it's really welcome for us, obviously. I think the key difference between the two reports you've actually articulated yourself. So we've talked about. I think it's cited as 2.9 million of annual spend, which I think it's fair to say we'd understood could be charged to the dedicated school grant, and the ESFA would consider that we shouldn't. And so we're in a bit of a difference of opinion there, and I'm not sure that there is necessarily an arbiter. But and our budget monitoring for the current year and the draft budget that you see before you already reflect the impact of that, of putting that back into the general fund. So that doesn't worsen the impact of the Chancellor's announcements, which is at least some good news. That 3 million-ish, I think, was broadly the funding for our educational psychology service and our 0 to 25 team, I think I'm right in saying? SEND, social work team, I'm sorry. I think probably the last thing that I might be able to add, and then I'm sure my colleagues will provide some more information, is that we produce a return to government on how we spend the dedicated schools grant every year, and we have done that throughout. And we're currently looking at how we've found ourselves in a position where this wasn't identified through those returns in previous years, effectively, I think. So I don't actually know that I've got a solid conclusion for you, and I think if we're not able to satisfy you tonight, then it might be that we need to do some work in the way that you've suggested in bringing something forward outside of this committee. But my colleagues might be able to answer your questions better than I can.
Thank you. I think Katie has covered it in most of it. The costs that were charged instead of the ed psychs and the SEND staffing, also the legal costs in relation to tribunals and the parent support, so the SENDIAS support that is paid for. So all of the stuff that is charged to the high needs block and has been, as historically, is to do with the education and provision for children and young people with SEND. And as Katie says, there is a review going into why or the decisions that were made about spending being put in particular places, and the council has been protected by that statutory override. So what has happened is these charges have served to increase our deficit possibly at a greater rate than it would have been increasing, rather than take money away from schools and money from children. But it is being looked internally as to what or how that's happened and what the implications of that might be. The safety valve 17, that's because the 2.9 has been taken out for the duration of the plan, so the 4 years. The safety valve team have agreed with what we're doing, and that has gone to the Secretary of State for a sign-off. So it's not officially signed off by the Secretary of State yet. That is with that is still with them. We're waiting for that sign-off in December. That's a different team. Whilst they picked up this in looking at our accounts in greater detail as part of this programme, it's not them that will make any decisions or things around the ES. The ESFA will look at whether there were historic things. In terms of the statutory override, has that been extended? Mariah might be able to tell us.
So as at the moment, we know that the statutory override comes to an end at the end of this financial year. You are correct. If we are successful in the safety valve negotiation, what that will allow us to do is to continue with that override until we actually recover, which is why it's really important for us to be on that safety valve. We haven't officially heard anything else about potentially extending that, but that's where we are at the moment. What I'd also just like to clarify, just so I'm clear, is that our high needs block actually is worth 51.4 million. We then give out about 12.5 million to academy schools for something we call recruitment, but it's us that controls that, and that's where we commission our school places from.
Sorry, just you sparked my memory. One thing that I forgot to say actually is that prior to the autumn statement being published, some colleagues of mine across other local authorities were in a meeting with a senior official from DLUC and voiced concerns about the statutory override expiring. And whilst they couldn't commit to anything at that stage, they were quite clear that that repealing that override wouldn't do any local authorities any good, and it would just necessitate more funding coming out from central government. So the inference was that that will be rolled forward. We just haven't heard confirmation yet. And the only other thing to say is that following the autumn statement, the council received a letter just confirming that the scheme hadn't been pulled because of the autumn statement or anything, and that it was still sitting with ministers. So to the best of our knowledge, we're in the same place that we were. It's not like the autumn statement has kind of ripped up that scheme and replaced it with something else. So yeah, we're just waiting that announcement, I think. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you all three of you for that. That's very helpful. Just a quick confirmation. So, Celia, I think I'm just confirming what you're saying. That there is a direct link between the 11 million change and the 3.9 million revenue issue. So, Maria, that's good news if the statutory override, which I now know to call it, continues, because that will then have less of an impact on the wider council budget. So that's positive. And so you said that there is a review, or some sort of review being undertaken. So I wonder whether we can have a commitment that review, the results of that review can be shared with us, either us as a committee or through some sort of mechanism. And I wonder if there's a timeline for that.
So I'm not certain on the timeline for the internal review. We are taking a paper to the Schools Forum meeting at the beginning of December, because obviously this is schools funding, so there will be a paper on this going to the Schools Forum. In terms of having that and the timeline, I'm not sure. I don't know if Katie knows. Or it's...
I mean, the officer leading the review was not around last week, so we can catch up with them and find out some sort of indication, but I'm sure that there'll be a way that we can weave some sort of outcome of that into a report that we've got coming here, or if alternatively something outside of the committee, but absolutely.
Thank you. So that's the paper to the Schools Forum, but then in addition there's an internal review. So we're talking about two separate strands on that. Right, excellent, thank you for the assurances that we'll be able to see those. Final question, with your indulgence, Chair. Do we have a timeline on the agreement of the safety valve? Sorry, that should come in the later reports. Do we have a timeline?
We've been told by the end of December, so it should be signed off by the Secretary of State by the end of December. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Mine's a simple question. I did ask this at business support, and obviously it should be coming here. On page 153, children's services, middle paragraph, references, efficiencies, tracking, planning, etc. including learning disability and autism and alt-even, business support alt-even was not identified, and we don't seem to have had any information about what is happening with or at alt-even. So I'd like to know, please, how this is included in this item and what the inferences are about alt-even.
I'll pick that up, Councillor Cooper, probably. It makes the most sense. So, so those efficiencies are about trying to improve our sufficiency offer across the residential estate generally. So all of the work we need to do in better tracking children's placements and making sure they're ending at the right time and they're moving on, like our care leavers are moving on to independent accommodation. You know, you've got all of that work that's happening in that space. Our work to make sure that we're starting and ending things properly and doing that. That's the sufficiency and efficiency work. Then we've got various work strands that are looking at the residential estate. How do we get a better foothold in the residential market so that we've got more offer for our children locally? So alt-even is one of the factors we've been considering about whether that is an option for us to look at rerunning that as a residential establishment for Medway. We've done some initial scoping work around that to go and look at the building, to look at what it would need to bring it up to a standard, to be able to make that work for us alongside the scoping work we've got going on looking at the children and their needs. So you'll know that our monitoring visit you'll have seen in here around our children with disabilities was sufficiency is one of the real challenges for them, and so we're trying to look at that group and how we best meet their needs. So all of that scoping work is currently underway at the moment. We've had a bid into the DFE of whether they would support funding for the refurbishment of that or not. That bid has been currently running and came in yesterday. We haven't been successful, but we're hoping that we might be able to go back and have some challenge around that, but we haven't got the feedback of it yet. So that's broadly happening alongside a lot of work around trying to get a better framework of providers so that we get better value for money and a wider offer across the residential estate for all of our children, really. So all of those things together, we've anticipated will deliver savings through being more efficient, more effective and managing the market better, really.
Can I come back, please? Therefore, then, would it be possible for us to have an item on this? Because this has been, going on for quite some time now. And I think it deserves to have something brought to us as a specific item, because I think, residents and people and young people, especially you, and you, need to know where we're going. You've said that we weren't successful in one thing, so I think we need to know what's happening here, because it's, as I say, it's been going on for quite some time.
I think the scoping work for alt-even has only just been done in its early days, but absolutely in due course we'd be more than happy to bring it back for you. I think we just need to see where we're going with this DFE bid, whether we need to resubmit it in the spring, it might be, and we'll obviously aim to be bringing it to you, yes, absolutely. And, it'll be part of the discussions in other spaces as well about, children's corporate parenting board, etc. as well, so absolutely. But the whole sufficiency agenda is really important for us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just 3 questions, if I may. So the first one was linked to the auditor indicated that actually there was a material risk implication for not getting this SEND budget resolved. So I'm very pleased to see that we're potentially on that stage. Can I request, though, that as soon as we do get an update on from the team, that we do get a briefing note or perhaps an item, because it is important we know where we are with this, including monies that might be taken out of that grant in future. So it might be the case that in January, perhaps, or even in December, we get an update on that, because it does have a material implication if the auditor is, if the independent auditor is correct. The second element is just around efficiencies. Now, I know you've noticed that you're making the efficiencies within this. I'm always intrigued by that, because obviously year on year we have seen increasing budget demand from children's services. So this idea of efficiencies, if it had transpired in prior years, so I suppose that's my question really. In prior years, you've also identified efficiencies in the service, and yet it's gone over budget. So I suppose the question I have, and I appreciate this might be awkward, but how much, in terms of the conversations which happen, and I would say this with any council department, you have a council department which is potentially spending more money than is budgeted year on year. What conversations are you happening around these efficiencies, and how, from a finance perspective, to make sure that you're, in a sense, managing us or managing the department in some way? So I know this is an awkward conversation because you're sat with all those colleagues now, but I suppose there has to be, I'm just interested in the weight that's given in terms of the back and forth. And I appreciate we're in an ILACS review and there's external reviews. And just lastly, just on the medium-term financial statement more broadly, I know I have raised this in other places, but it is very unusual that we've not had a medium-term financial statement. And I know I've highlighted in other places, again, that what I have seen has not been there. You have committed to a February publication, which is fantastic. Does that have we tabled, or is there enough time in terms of committee space for scrutiny committees to review that before a budget round? Because that happens in March. So whenabouts are you going to publish this? Early February, late February? And does it give councillors the ability to actually scrutinise this before it goes to council? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Do you mind if I answer that second question first? Because I think on the first question, Donna might want to comment. Possibly, is that all right? So if I just deal with the, is that all right? Yeah. So if I just deal with the sort of more broad MTFS question, and I think when we last had this conversation, I completely agree with you, and it's right for us to make projections over the medium or long term where that's possible, because that helps the organisation to make decisions in a better framework. So I would never be advocating short-termism in budgets, right? I think it's just that we found ourselves in the pandemic trying to set a budget when we didn't know what the local government landscape was going to look like or what funding looked like. And then that was followed with a really short-term funding settlement. And so all we knew about any longer-term projections were that they would be wildly wrong and not that useful for decision-making. So we've absolutely committed to extending our time frame across everything now. And so the reason for deciding to make those projections from February for this year is purely because we knew the settlement would happen, and we'd started to get some rumblings about that might set some principles for the longer term, and it certainly sounds like DLUC are going to be doing that. So if we do get some sort of departmental expenditure limits set out to 27-28, then we might actually be able to start projecting our funding forward with a little bit more sort of certainty. And we'll be publishing a capital strategy in December, which is starting to look at trying to start to look at a longer time frame. So again, our capital strategy is really looked out, much like our capital plan, our capital programme, sort of 3 to 5 years maybe, and so we're starting to amass what those capital expenditure requirements might be in the longer term. And so obviously we're starting, this one will be a bit of a placeholder for what up to 10 years might look like, and in the longer term our aspiration would obviously be to look at that. When you think about our building infrastructure, we need to be thinking in much longer sort of term timescales. So this will be the first estimate at some of that stuff, and I see that being really iterative over the next few years, where we'll put some more numbers to that and start making some more sensible projections. In terms of overview and scrutiny committees, access to those 5-year projections, as I say, we're putting them out in February this year because we knew we couldn't do it in September or October, as it turned out. And so February is us not saying, well, let's wait another round, right? So we will publish something in February. There's absolutely nothing to say that when we get to autumn next year, we wouldn't publish a medium-term financial strategy that then replicates those out for the following 5 years again. So certainly not our intent to prevent scrutiny functions from having access to those longer-term projections. It's just really a timing issue for us on that one, I think, this year. So hopefully that's okay. In terms of your question around budget setting processes and efficiencies, particularly in children's services. So our budget is not something that's set in isolation by any department identifying a need for additional expenditure or an opportunity for saving for that matter, and it's certainly not something that's set centrally by finance. It's a real meeting of those minds, and it's quite a laborious, sometimes bloody process where we meet on a regular basis to sort of discuss opportunities and to try and identify solutions to some of the problems that we're facing. I think you probably think about us as being really hard-nosed accountants trying to drive this service to spend less, but we wouldn't be working in local authorities if that was our view. We recognise that we're in incredibly difficult times to be delivering demand-led services, and we recognise that the way local authorities are funded doesn't represent demand, right? Council tax is not an accurate measure of the demand in a service like children's social care at all. So to some extent, being able to increase flexibilities on council tax, whilst that's welcome, doesn't necessarily address the gap that need and relative deprivation, for instance, will actually bring to an area. So in terms of how we set that budget centrally, we recognise that a budget is an estimate at a point in time, isn't it? And it's our best estimate at the point at which we set that budget of the number of placements of each type in children's services, the average cost of each of those placements. And actually what happens throughout the year is that the reality is not necessarily the same. There might be more placements or higher need in terms of complexity of placements, or just higher cost because the market can't bear that cost. And so I think the fact that our budget monitoring captures that so accurately, and the way that we land in terms of children's services in particular compared to the monitoring and outturn is probably among our most consistent. So we're certainly doing that work well. I think where services, and I'll probably hand over to Donna here, but where services are constantly reviewing how they actually deliver services to people, that's in the interests of trying to do that stuff better, isn't it? And we're on an improvement journey here. And so I think in that work of constantly looking at how we deliver those services, it's natural that sometimes we'll identify ways to do things differently that might lead to efficiencies. But that's probably a natural point to hand over to Donna if there's anything you want to add. That's all right.
I think it would be fair to say we have been on an improvement journey. So I think if you think of that, you have to fix some of the practice things in the first instance and put systems and structures and processes in place. So I think there's been a lot of work around that. And as you do that, then you have to go back and start again to refine what you've done, tidy it up, and try to make it more efficient again. And so I think we keep on that cycle. You're doing that in the context of a very changing landscape. You know, we know local authorities all over the country are really struggling with placements and placement costs. The market is not within our gift anymore. Our independent fostering agencies have significantly reduced foster carers nationally. That's all sliding down, and so our ability to drive the market is much more challenging. So the placement costs is the impact in children's social care. It's not that we're not managing anything else efficiently or well, it's the placement costs. So a lot of our, and obviously recruitment, managing a locum workforce is more expensive than having our own workforce, which is why I worry about things like OASIS, because you know anything that's drawing on our permanent workforce is a draw on our, or pressure on our finances. But if you look at our placement costs, we've got to work as hard as we can to try to find better ways to manage and bring the cost of that down. So some of those efficiencies we're saying there are one part of it is managing the market better. So we've put more commissioning capacity in this year to better manage our contracts, our planning, and our procurement of services. We've been trying to look at moving children from the highest costing placements to lower costing placements, or to bring down the cost of those placements through that team, to renegotiate all of those commissioned arrangements we've had. We've got a lot of work going on there, the work around frameworks, and about, every week a child's in care, it can cost thousands and thousands of pounds. So thinking more efficiently about a care leaver that's ready to move on, and we haven't had independent accommodation, how do we stretch into that and get the independent the young person absolutely needs and wants, but we haven't always had our eye sufficiently enough on the sustainability plan for that. So that's the work we've been working on quite extensively. And the other part of those efficiency savings we're saying is about clawing back health funding, because what we haven't managed to do well enough at the moment is the work we are working on is to get a better system around clawing back the part of the health funding for every child's placement that should have it. And that will deliver quite a lot of money, as you can see in there. Some of those millions that we've put in there are around doing things like that. So they are real efficiencies that we know that we can deliver by doing things well, rather than cutting things back and not doing the right things for children, because I'm really adverse to that, because I think if you keep the child at the centre, we should be able to deliver better quality and better amount of resources for children. And that's the work we've been trying to do. And from my perspective, we're certainly, I think we have plenty of scrutiny. We've got, I don't know, a multitude of work streams, project groups that are all running to manage that, and it's an extensive array of work and does lead to pressures, but the right pressures. And we've built a load of extra things like extra panels. Celia and I run a high-profile panel that we've put into place. We've got other resource panels that are trying to make sure that we get staff to think about how important the public purse is. Doing the right thing for a child, but keeping the public purse in mind is that some of the work we've been really focusing on. And Mariah will probably talk to that better than me. But, yeah.
You know, some of the other things we've done those internally, but externally as well. We've been linking up to some of our other local authorities to see what they're paying their providers. So actually our increases are in line with their increases. And one of the ones we came across earlier in the year, for example, is a provider wanted to charge us 20% inflation increases, but for their own local authority, they only wanted to charge 3%. So we got to that local authority. The local authority confirmed what their percentage increase, they kindly passed it on to our commissioning, and our commissioning team went and drove the same price increases. So it's those type of efficiencies that we're trying to drive through the system.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, look, no one's suggesting that the work isn't going in or that it isn't being done with the children's best interests at heart. But I do think that there's a kind of totemic focus on these high needs placements, that, you know, they stand out, some of them, because they're very, very expensive, and that they've become, as I say, a sort of totem. You know, if only we could get the cost of those down, you know, things would be better. And I don't doubt that they would, and I'm pleased to hear that there's some regional working going on, because that makes sense, not just in terms of comparing and trying to drive down the, you know, commissioning costs by saying, hang on, we know you're charging them less, but also because, you know, there ought to be some capacity for making sure that if you work together within a region, we keep the children as near as possible to their homes and families. So that's all good and well-intentioned stuff. And I'm also pleased to see that there's now consideration, both in adult social care and here, of thinking about our own provision, which of course we stupidly shut down, saying that the costs were too high, that it wasn't fit for purpose and all the rest of it. And here we are opening it up again. What goes around comes around quite often in those situations. But there'll be, you know, even if those things come into place, and I hope they do, there'll be a gap, won't there? There'll be a transition gap. And that brings me to what, Katie, you were saying about having an aspiration to look longer. So if you were looking towards, say, 2028, there would be a period of time, wouldn't there, when some front-loading investment will turn a saving further down the track. And the problem with this kind of budgeting is that it doesn't currently show how that can happen. You know, I think that where we're talking about investment, we need to get to a situation, and I have actually seen, I mean, I'm sure you know better than I, Katie, I have had seen tools that do this quite well. You know, in the simplest form, a tool that will say, if we spend £1 million, we'll recoup £3 million at this point later, because that investment will turn a result. And I think rather than having a kind of fairly, you know, bald sort of statement of where the gaps are, if we're going to do longer-term budgeting, and I hope that we will, then being able to show the impact of investment further down the track with a you know, reality behind it. And I've seen some particularly good work in this in terms of the prevention of homelessness, actually, where not only does it prevent homelessness, but in fact, it saves money. So that's something that I think I would like to see. Then things become, you know, less aspirant and more rooted in reality, and I think it would help to change, it would change the focus for staff. You know, it wouldn't seem to them as if they're always being, I know you do it nicely and, you know, in a cooperative, good-spirited way, because, as you say, we're working in a public local authority, and we're all committed to that. But I think being able to do that would motivate staff, encourage them to feel that their ideas and aspirations for their services were being taken seriously and being invested in, but would still be efficient. Now, I don't know how you do that, but it isn't happening at the moment, is it? It might be in your head or in Celia's head, and you might know that that's what, you know, the outcome of, for example, opening up Alt Even again might be. But it isn't possible to see that here. What it looks like is that the can's being kicked down the road. And actually, I think, to be honest, that's what the budget was doing as well. Kicking the can, you know, stretching the gap as long as you can and hoping that something else will happen. What I would like to have is a situation where we're not just hoping that something else will happen. I'm not saying necessarily that you are, but that we're making a determinant effort to show that if the money goes in, further down the track, something will happen, and it will be, you know, a better and more efficient service. Now, how you show that here, I don't know. You know.
Thank you, Teresa.
If I could just very briefly talk about that in sort of general terms, so not necessarily specific to this service, but I know Donna will likely want to come in because there are some specific things that we're talking about in children's services. But I mean, first of all, I absolutely agree. I don't think for a second that I'm struggling to think of a member of staff that I've ever spoken to who would rather do a short-term painful thing rather than investing in something that's a bit more of a long-term solution. And, you know, we say this all the time, we'd much rather generate additional income than cut funding for services, for instance. And I think that a lot of that thinking happens in the development of these budgets, and I think to Councillor Osborne's point, that was probably more visible in things like the medium-term financial strategy when we were publishing those, but it's certainly more evident in the capital strategy. And typically when we're talking about making big long-term investment in services, we're talking about largely capital investment, aren't we? But I've really noticed a sort of shift in the last year or so of officers sort of coming up with those bigger proposals and us seeking to try and work out whether we might be able to take those forward. And I think you alluded to some stuff coming out of housing, for instance, which is a really good example of that kind of work. To that end, in finance, we're trying to developing, as one of the things that was referenced in one of the other items at Business Support on Thursday, a sort of a tool to help officers to do that thinking, so a version of our corporate report, effectively, that will try and help officers articulate the business case for an investment decision like that kind of in a better way, and help us to bring some consistency to some of those decisions. I think the one thing I will say, though, is we've been really hampered on, previously the way to do that was to borrow. We've experienced really low interest rates for a number of years now, and they're just now increased to such a level that it's got to be such a good business case to be able to wash its face in terms of covering the investment. That's not to say that that's the only measure for us to take on programmes, and we have invested significant capital sums in programmes that aren't necessarily dedicated to bringing a revenue return, but obviously that's a much more compelling business case, isn't it? And they're much harder to come by with interest rates as they currently are. But I don't know if there's specific initiatives that you might want to talk about.
I could add a couple of sort of examples of that. I agree with you. I think we do need to do much more to think about sustainability and the future. And I think we've been spending much more time looking at that. And some of the examples of that are we've done modelling over the 5-year period of our children in care population, our placement modelling, to look at what we know children are going to need over that next 5 years. We've just been building and looking at the care leavers service based on the next 3 years, knowing what we know the sufficiency of the staffing establishment needs to be to manage our uplift in care leavers, because we're going to have more of them as the next couple of few years go on. So we've just been forecasting more around our sufficiency for accommodation for care leavers. So I think it'd be fair to say we've had a backlog of young people needing independent living. Have been waiting for that, and it'll be in floating support or other accommodation offers. And those young people need independence, but we haven't had that. So we've been working collaboratively across all the directorates, actually, adults, children's, together, thinking strategically, what do we need over the next 2-3 years? What is our housing need? And what do we need specifically for care leavers, for example? And we've just been remodelling those care leavers, identified a big cohort of them, where they're ready and what their matching needs are. We've been doing that in quite a lot of detail for a group of about 20 young people. And we've worked with the housing part of the team and finance and adults all together to build a plan for accommodation for those young people to move to. So they've got to move on. We've been working with MCH Homes, housing, all different departments. And those young people are all starting to move on now. Now that will save the council money, but for the right reasons. And it will give efficiency. And we're planning that now over the next year, 2 years. Well, what do we need of supported accommodation? What do we need of independent accommodation? What do we need? Young people need shared accommodation like Springboard. And we've been modelling that all out on our cohort and starting to be more sophisticated about thinking the future through, and then starting to think about what does that mean in our regeneration offer, our new housing that we're building? How much can we build in that need for social housing for this need group, so that starts to become custom and practice rather than something we're doing as a big piece of work, really, in a reactive way, backward thinking for children that are waiting to move to the right place. So their outcomes will be better. It's the right thing, but it will deliver efficiencies for the council, and that has to be the right way to do it, isn't it? It's the way to manage public money.
Well, just coming back, Chair, I'm pleased to hear that, that budget gap can be a dynamic gap, can't it? It doesn't have to be a stone around our neck if we're confident about the results that investment will turn. And I think that, everyone's nodding, we're nodding, we're all agreeing with each other, that's good. But do you see what I mean? As things stand at the moment, the way the budget is set and the information we get doesn't really show that. It's all very well to say we know it's going on, and I believe you, and I can see you talking with passion and professional enthusiasm about how things might work. But I think we just, maybe we just need to be a bit more honest about, and I don't mean that in a pejorative way by saying that you're dishonest, but, sort of more professionally honest about what that gap represents and why it's there and how long it's going to be there in order to get a better result further down the line. So, that, if we can find a way of representing that, I would feel more confident that we've got a good direction to go in.
I'll just add, I think we have done that this year, so I think the gap that we've got shows is larger, but some of that is demonstrating the real need and really taking account of real placement costs rather than perhaps what we had built last year, which wasn't enough. It's trying to show what the service really costs to run. So it is showing the real gap that's there. Now, that isn't about mismanaging. That's the number of children we have in placements that do cost. They cost a lot of money, and the market is the market at the moment, and we've got work to do to catch up still. So that's showing you the cost that really costs to run. We've got the work to do underneath that to try and bring down the costs in all the places. And trust me, it's not only about high-costing children at all. I can tell you that every day, I think Mariah and I spend a considerable amount of emails on every £10 counts. So it won't be about, it'll be about floating support cost or somebody ending a floating support cost. They've not ended it on the mosaic, or so it'll be every little bit. It's not hitting particularly high costing children, because some of those children will always have that extent of that need, and they're always going to need it, and we'll always have to provide it, and it'll always be high costing. So it's just thinking about some children we got in higher costing that we know can be in lower costing because we've not got the right match for them. So it's trying to think across the whole system and building the service based on what it really costs to run, and that's why the gap looks bigger this year. It's not showing savings that we know we can't deliver.
So just super quickly, I will reflect though on that, how we present that. And I think it might just be as simple as in our financial outlook, we expressed the gap in terms of a range. And if we did that but supported it more in terms of the assumption that underlies it, i.e. we've budgeted or we're assuming X number and it might actually be Y number, then that might be might enable the reader to sort of flex that a little bit in their own mind. So I'll put some thought into that moving forward. Thanks.
Yeah, and I think just, to finish, and through you, Chair, I'm sitting next to Victoria from Abbey Court, who deals every day with high-need placements and knows just how much they're needed and just how much that means to families and to the children in terms of how they can develop. And I think for her and other professionals, that kind of attitude towards the budget would send a more positive message, not that because it must feel, I think, sometimes, and particularly with the high need placements, that everyone's trying to drive down what actually is absolutely critical work in terms of the lives of children and their families. So, expressing as a range, actually, that's a good idea.
Yeah. Anyway, I think we've given this a good airing to this evening, so I want to draw this to a close and move on. Gloria, Vice Chair, please.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I move that the committee notes the contents of this report along with the various requests from Councillors Johnson, Osborne and Councillor Cooper.
Is that seconded? Habib, thank you. Is that agreed? Thank you. Right, Daniel's been very patient. We're going to now move on to item 9, the NEETs. That's on pages 181 to 192. Daniel's going to introduce the report, so if you wish to add anything to the report before I open up for debate. In view of the lateness of the time at the moment, and we've still got a significant part of the agenda to get through, I'd be grateful if members could keep their narrative to a minimum, if you don't mind. Thank you. Daniel.
Thank you, and yes, good evening. I'll give
thank you for your patience.
A brief, no problem. A brief overview. So the bulk of the report focuses on tracking our young people who we don't know their destination at 16, 17, and then supporting those who we know are not in education, employment or training. The general flavour of the report is that we're making progress, and at the end of August this year, the performance and the understanding of where our not knowns are is the best it's been since it's come back in-house in 2017. So we're making progress. I think part of the challenge is doing that at a sufficient at the right pace, at the right speed, and you'll see the patterns of the data are that we get a real spike, of course, of unknowns every September, and then we spend a long time trying to narrow those down. It also reflects that we have had a good amount of provision in the area to support our young people who are NEET into positive destinations. And I think just the only other thing I'll note now, to be brief, is that the NEET figure is never static, it's rolling. There's a huge amount of work that goes on through the information advice and guidance team and the provision that's going on to support young people who are NEET. So it's a rolling figure. So if you see it's 180 or 200 and whatever it is, it's not a static figure. That is changing every single month. But happy to take questions.
Thank you, Daniel. Members? Any members? Yes, no?
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Yes
I
or
thought
no,
Clive was
Pat?
going first. Sorry. Thank you, Chairman, for this report. It's very interesting. Obviously, you know, we've got to keep track of our young people who are NEETs. You know, because where it says it's unknowns, we don't possibly know where they are. Interestingly, the young people who are SEND pose a different problem because, you know, they have difficulties sometimes in actually accessing anywhere. And when it says to get their placements, sometimes it's difficult for them to get placements. I know this from my own work as a school governor. Interestingly, I've just had this conversation. I've just become the careers governor for my school, and just recently, again, governor monitoring. And sometimes it's very difficult for young people to actually find anywhere to, you know, to go to. So we must make sure that they actually do this. But as it says here, post-16 and post-19 placements in a young person's EHCP by 31st of March when they are due to leave school or change college training placement. Do we actually have the correct figures of how many of our young people with SEND have got placements? And again, I asked at Regen, the portfolio holder, about the aspirations for our young people to have employment. You know, how many SEN young people had employment, how many care leavers had employment, and I noticed that care leavers are also in this document. We do have these discussions at corporate parenting, but there doesn't seem to be actual figures of how many young people that we are doing this for. So it will be interesting to find that out. And I know that my colleague wants to say something about the IAG team. When they came to talk to us, they had a very, very good presentation, which was very, very useful. So if you could answer my questions, please.
If I take the second part of that question and then Cedric, if you're happy to answer the SEND element. In terms of actually, so from the Regen board, I've nearly polished off the briefing note, which will go out to the board on the numbers of apprenticeships for young people with SEND or care leavers. I think one thing, a couple of things to note is we've got some provision specifically for SEND. We have a wide range of supported internships, which are year-long education placements with a business placement, sort of 3 days a week, and then education for 2 days a week. They're very successful. We've got 3 providers in the area delivering those, and they have good outcomes at the end. So that's something that we're really trying to foster and encourage. We also have our supported employment program offer, which is for people with learning disabilities and autism, and that focus is very much on paid employment, and that's from anyone aged 16 plus. So there's some focus there, and we've fairly recently, I suppose it's been about 15 or about a year now, we've had an aspirations officer whose sole role is to support care leavers into education, employment or training, and we've seen some great work. And in the last sort of few months, we've had 7 care leavers enter apprenticeships, which is really tremendous progress, and we've gone from a standing start to a lot of work very quickly there. So that will be in the briefing note, but just to confirm that action is happening in those areas, and we are making progress.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Daniel, for the report. 3 fairly quick issues, I think. the aspirations officer, I think, is a temporary post. And we saw at corporate parenting the really impressive work that that post is doing. It's criminal that it's a temporary post. I wouldn't necessarily expect any officers to comment on that, but it is and should be a permanent post. Page 188, there's mention of the Modern Medway Fund, which I would claim to, this is the first time I've come across that, I stand to be corrected. I know there was an issue with NEETs and the loss of EU funding for, I think, post-16 courses. Is that some sort of compensatory fund or, you know, whatever? And having had NEETs come to this committee for a number of times and given it, for a number of years and given it, you know, some thought over some years, it's occurred to me about the possibility of identifying those in danger of becoming NEET prior to the age of 16. So we have IAG. I think there are issues with IAG being school-centred and not being local authority based, as it many years used to be. So, you know, and that might be tricky, but that would be useful if we could identify those in danger. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. So I think, firstly, in the aspirations officer, what I will say is initially it was funded from an external pot. Then we guess we've had a year of testing whether the role worked, and our theory was very much that we took young people up to a certain point and we needed that bit of extra resource to tip them over into the edge into something positive. That's working. So I'm working on making that permanent. That's certainly an aspiration that I think we will. I think we'll find it. It's hard to say completely, but I've put the requests in all the right places and trying to make that permanent. I think the second point about the Modern Medway Fund, so that was money. It's actually a couple of years old, so it was part of budget setting at council, I think, in 2020 as part of the pandemic. And as you can tell by the fact I've still got some, I've been pretty cautious in spending it, and that's for a couple of reasons. One, that there was some further provision that came forward that I've listed from sort of CSK, which was the last bit of European social fund money. So I didn't want to duplicate provision when we've got some, and it has been a bit like gold dust. So to have two lots, we wanted to not duplicate. But secondly, to make sure that whatever provision we're putting on meets the needs of that current NEET cohort. So we've still got some left, and that's obviously detailed what we're using that for, and that will all be used up in the next year. There will now be another risk because the CSK funding is coming to an end in March, and then this funding is obviously finite, so there will be a risk of another cliff edge of a lack of NEET provision. So I'll be working away on trying to find solutions to that problem. And then in terms of prevention, so we've done a little bit of piloting work with a couple of schools about how we can help prevent young people becoming NEET in the first place. I think it is worth mentioning that obviously schools are responsible in the first instance for ensuring every young person has a destination. But we have done some NEET prevention work, and we've done that through, we're part of the Kent Medway Careers Hub. We've got an outstanding careers programme which is designed to help schools strategically improve their careers. And we know, and we've seen pockets of work across the country where if we get that right, the NEET figure does come down. So we're working on a very strategic level. But I agree, I would love to see some more practical NEET prevention work happening, and it's just a case of what works and funding that. But we've got some other things up our sleeve that we want to try and pilot and then work out how we can develop that and take that forward. But it's probably funding it, which I'd say is the hardest part. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, if I can just follow up on what Dan was saying there as well. So, and Councillor Cooper, you asked a question about the SEND and the children with the HCPs. So the number fluctuates, and it's a very low number in terms of EHCPs, and that's largely because if they make the option not to be in education, employment, training, not in education, then their EHCPs end, so that figure then doesn't get particularly high. One of the things that we have got going on at the moment is a post-16 review. So we've got an independent consultant looking at all of the provision we've got across Medway to make sure that we can start to fill those gaps that were left by the loss of the European Social Fund, by those smaller training providers that went under, that we now have provision that's children and young people who are NEET actually would benefit from that provision. Dan made reference to the funding. It's all very transient. It's of getting one grant after the next. So if we identify the gaps, we can work with providers, with the ESFA to get them proper contracts so that they can be sustainable as provisions moving forward. And as Dan said as well about that identification of needs, looking at children with September guarantees, it is on our work plan to do a lot more work about identifying those children before they leave school and putting the work in over the summer so that they don't end up NEET in the September.
Thank you, Chair. My questions have been answered and asked.
Thank you. And, it's good to hear about the work going on and the pilot that the college has done and so on. But when it comes to the scorecard, we don't look very good compared to England and the South East, particularly for the percentage of 19-year-olds achieving higher level qualifications or getting the baseline GCSEs. And I wonder if any work has been done to identify what's going on in the rest of the region that we're missing, accepting, as is the case, where we've got a grammar system that will skew the achievements of 19-year-olds. I've had a lifetime working in further and higher education and always enjoyed it and think it's a great place to be, but still that gap is worrying. And in fact, on the whole of the scorecard, in comparative terms, things are not looking very good, are they? So, I'm interested in any insights that anyone's got about why that is.
Just to say the DFE scorecard, so this is the data from the December, January and February of 2019 to 2020, sorry, to 2021, because it's the DFE published this, so they haven't published this year's because of the delay in data. So that this scorecard is quite historic. Certainly a lot of the reds and ambers there in terms of the NEETs and not knowns. We had historically a very high proportion of not knowns. Some of that was because the staffing team wasn't there. A large part of it was because the systems that we track and record weren't getting processed, so the data wasn't being cleaned quickly enough, and certainly not in the time frame to inform the annual scorecard. Obviously, the work of the IAG team and Dan's team have done a huge amount of work to fix that, and actually that's been significantly improved over the last few months, particularly over the summer. So, but we won't see the reflect in our DFE annual scorecard for another year. In terms of the outcomes, so part of that post-16 review will include those outcomes and the proportion that we have getting level 3 and level 2. And we do see that difference as well, actually, from Key Stage 2 onwards. So looking at our support for schools in terms of attainment of young people, that's part of our plan. And we look at that in more detail in terms of the annual performance scorecard that will come to this group.
Thank you, Celia. Any other members? Right, in the absence of a vice chair, I'll move that the committee note the report. Is that seconded? Habib, thank you. Agreed. Okay. Yep. Moving on now to item 10, the update on the safety valve intervention programme, which is on page 193 to 207. This is going to be introduced by Celia. So you've got anything to wish to add to this, Celia, before I open the debate?
No, thank you. I think we can open for questions.
Okay, thank you. Members? Clive.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Celia, for the report. I think historically we're supportive of the general line that this programme takes us. The high needs block deficit needs to be reduced, but also significantly, Medway now has a SEND strategy and a SEND plan, which it didn't have before, something that we pressed for at about the time that the Abbey Court secondary provision wasn't going to be built. We were concerned about the repatriation of large amounts of money that were going outside the local authority area, but also significantly the young people that were having to as well. So we do have a plan for that. The devil, obviously, is going to be in the detail. And I think now that we've got to this stage, we are talking about devils in detail. Nevertheless, perhaps potentially significant devils. A large part of the report is predicated on the idea that we have high numbers of EHCPs within Medway. The report indicates that we have levels above the national average, but there is a natural variation in local authorities, otherwise there wouldn't be an average. And there's nothing necessarily to indicate that Medway's level of EHCP should be at the national average. We are, in many respects, a community that's under significant pressure in all sorts of ways, and it might be that we would simply just have higher levels of EHCPs, and that therefore the policy of attempting to reduce that number to something approaching the national average may end up being detrimental to our young people, our SEND young people population. So I'm quite concerned. I'm concerned about that issue and the conclusions that are drawn from it. And just as a sort of side issue, the figures in the report don't seem that much higher than the national average, and over the period of that detailed in the report diminishes. Secondly, the Kent have recently had an inspection of their SEND provision. I think we're all aware that that didn't go as well as Kent might have liked, and I wonder if there are lessons that we might draw from that, specifically for SEND in Medway, but specifically also for the programme. And the risks in the risk management section of the report, there are, I mean, you correctly identify them as risks. Unlike many of the risks that we see in reports, they do seem very risky. You may not be able to reduce the number of EHCPs. The process is not wholly within Medway's control. They're quite rightly tribunals and other sort of mediation systems. We are not in control of as we know, with social care costs of the expensive young person who absolutely needs that expensive provision. The third bullet point, the cost of provision. We've discussed that at enormous length in this committee and elsewhere, not in our control. And, Councillor Murray quite rightly indicates that there may be ways that in the longer term or medium term we can start to tackle that, but the immediate people are the government, who might be able to regulate the market in a bit more effectively. So there are some real concerns. I think we as an authority have no choice. The deficit's got to come down, and we will, one way or another, be getting a large chunk of ESFA money to help us do that. But that's dependent on us implementing the plan. And we have said all along that plan must not be at the expense of Medway's young people and Medway's young people with SEND. Thanks.
Thank you, Clive.
Thank you. So in terms of that appropriately managing the demand for EHCPs, that needs to be considered in line with the second one, which is about the number of children with EHCPs in mainstream schools. So if you look at the appendix, you'll see we are quite disproportionate in terms of our statistical neighbours and nationally for the numbers of children that we have in our mainstream schools, the numbers in special schools, and the numbers in those other provisions. Now, the only provision or provisions that you need an EHCP for are special schools and resource provisions. So all of the other support should be coming to young people without the need for that pushing for that EHCP. So we are talking about the, appropriately managing demand. And actually what we're saying is we still have a growth, but that growth will be diminishing because our growth is at a significantly greater rate than national. The figures that we've got are realistic forecasts. They take into account a dip in the population number. They take into account children that we've got in the system and rolling through. So we've done an awful lot of work to really detail forecast the numbers of pupils and the need types coming through, based on the fact that we have put in a lot of support into mainstream schools to help them take children and young people with SEND. And that is exacerbated by our selective system. So if we look at the proportion in our mainstream schools and we look at non-selective schools and selective schools, we have a much higher rate of children with SEN in our non-selectives, obviously, than our selectives. So we have got one consultation with 3 parts to it that are all around SEND funding. And we are looking at putting more funding into mainstream schools to enable them to manage and provide for children with SEN more appropriately. Once they can do that, we won't need as many EHCPs. The work around EHCPs and the narrative there explains around parental demand. And that parental demand is there because parents don't have the confidence in the system, so they're having to fight the system. So that first objective, that one about appropriately managing the need, is to put the support in with parents to navigate the system, to access the support that they need before they have to then push for AHCPs and then go to tribunal, etc. But there's a lot of work to do. So the safety valve work is about redressing the balance, that there's a SEND strategy and a lot of this is, and underpins all this is the right thing for children. But, and I'm sure I've shared this at this group before, if we could pick up all the Medway children and distribute them in the same way nationally at our current unit cost, we would take 6 million out of the budget. And that's because children are escalating to the point where it is most expensive for us because they're not getting that early support and that early intervention. And schools aren't able to provide that at the moment because they're not appropriately funded. Our frontline services have been cut back because we've had a deficit. We're not giving very many top-ups unless a child's got an EHCP because we've had a deficit position and we've gone, well, okay, we need to cut everything that we can. Well, everything that's easy has taken it away from the front line, and we have young people escalating. We have enough space in our special schools to deal with children who need special schools. But at the moment, we've got children in our special schools that aren't necessarily best placed there and can be catered for in our mainstream. And part of the work that we're doing with our special schools is looking at those children and identifying who they are and where they are placed. And if we can do that, then we take those high-cost placements out of the independent sector, which are even more expensive. I mean, you talked about the risks and how we're going to manage those. And there is a much more detailed risk and assumptions paper with the finances that we can perhaps share, but we're just waiting on the guidance, and it might need to be a blue paper because it's got some commercial sensitivities in it. But we are working, we're starting to set up commissioning frameworks. Mariah alluded to us managing the market by having those networks with other local authorities. So we have already started to bring down the spend on our independent provision. And the SEND green paper made reference, made reference to local authorities having an agreed set of schools, and that may well be more than just our special schools, but parents have a genuine choice from. But in order to do that, we want to be block commissioning. We want to have relationships with certain independent providers who we know are high quality, who we can buy a block of places, and then they become a choice of a school alongside some of our other schools for the few independent places that we'll need. In terms of Kent, yes, absolutely, we do need to look carefully at what's gone on there. And what we will do, what we're going to do internally is look at, so review, self-evaluate our own system, particularly under the new inspection framework for SEND, which has an even greater emphasis on the views of parents and young people and how they're feeling. And so we'll evaluate ourselves and we'll bring that back to this board in terms of where we think we are in terms of that.
Okay. Pat.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Celia, for that, because I can relate to quite a lot of what you were saying. I need a bit more clarification because parents can have a named school. So that means that legally it's binding that those young people should be at the school that is named. So therefore, parents stroke carers will say, right, I really want that child to go to the school regardless of, everything else. And I have to say that in our own school, we are over pan, and it's difficult. We've had to turn young people away because they don't actually fit our criteria. So it's very difficult for that to happen because, we want to be as inclusive as we possibly can because that's our middle name, if you like. So, it is difficult. But I'd also like to make a mention of the current consultation moving towards Medway-wide adoption of trauma-informed practice, which I think is, it's really excellent. And we've had some training on this within, Medway itself. So that's very good. But there isn't any mention of young people who don't fit the criteria of the word school, shall we say. Because we do have some young people who are homeschooled. So therefore, they have to be, put into the equation because if they are homeschooled, then they're not actually in a school setting, but they are on the school roll, if you like. So there doesn't seem to be anything actually written down about these young people that might need work in this particular agenda item.
Thank you. So in terms of naming a school, we have to consult with the school that the parents choose, but we only name it if it is an appropriate school for the young person. You're right in terms of our capacity, particularly with your school. As you know, we're working on an expansion to meet that need, and there are in the paper some of our plans in terms of sufficiency for doing that. And like I say, well, we've done that really detailed forecasting now, which we haven't had historically. We know the numbers coming through, we know the need types, and some of the conversations we're having with the schools is not only about the numbers that they get in, but whether they are catering for the need types that we need. We see most challenge where you've got comorbid needs and the school has got for one need type, but maybe the challenges, behaviours that present with that need type are then not suitable in that school. So we are aware of that and we're growing the provision appropriately to meet Medway's needs moving forward. The trauma-informed practice came about from a task and finish group of school leaders. We are using our inclusion funding to roll that out, and we're going to roll it out across council members as well, council staff, so that the language is consistent when we're working with the providers. In terms of homeschooled, if they're electively home educated, they're not on the roll of a school, and that does make a difference with their EHCP. So we have 34 children who have an EHCP whose parents have opted to electively home educate, and so we make the provision for the sort of health and the other things through that EHCP, but the parents have taken that responsibility for the education. Is that what you meant?
I'm thinking of our provision.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Triple R.
Oh, I see. Okay. So one of the other reviews that we've got going on is around our alternative provision. So Triple R, for those of you who don't know, is our hospital provision. So it is, it's a provision for children who are not able to access education because of a health need, and that includes a mental health need. The local authority has a statutory duty after 15 days. So we have a number of places through Triple R for very complex cases. We have a number of places for children who are educated at home in that respect, in that they've got tuition, but that's a medical need, so those are usually end-of-life or oncology young people who can't access a school because of the risk of infection and those kind of associated. So we have a few young people in that situation, but we're also reviewing our alternative provision, which will include a provision for outreach and reintegration for children who we have a number with anxiety, particularly coming out of the pandemic, who are anxious about going into school. So rather than take them into an alternative provision, we're working to commission a team of outreach workers and support that will go into the home and then support those children integrating into their school. All of those children are, you're right, on the roll of a school, and those are interim provisions that are there to support the school in catering for the needs of those particular young people.
Thank you, Pat. Thank you, Celia. Gloria.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Celia, for the report. I'm just looking at something that I also brought up during our business report. Obviously, this is the best place to ask that question. Regarding raising aspiration and ambition, one of the things that I see a lot amongst our young people here in Medway is low aspiration. And according to this report, 25% of our young people here are not, we're actually missing our targets with them. Bearing in mind that we have schools that are inadequate, especially the academies, I wonder what we're doing, how we are working with them, and perhaps the regional directors, they're called now, to ensure that our young people, especially our children in schools, are achieving at a rate that is required for them and to increase that aspiration. Also looking at the report, what page number, again, it doesn't help, there's no page number on it. I can see also that some of our children, the percentage of children who are the required standard or above in reading, writing, and mathematics is also below. So what is it that we're doing? I know you would like to know the page number. I'm just looking. Right, 22. Are you on the NEET center? Looking, have I jumped the gun? I have. Ignore me. No, don't worry, I'll come back to you. So,
we're on item 10. Okay. Tristan.
Just a quick question, just related to 7.7 on page 202. It indicates that there could be additional capital funding to help deliver the plan. These costs have been calculated. I was wondering how far along we were in terms of developing calculated costs for said capital plan and what that might entail. Thank you.
Thank you. We've submitted a bid for 7.2 million in terms of capital. So Paul Clark and I visited all of the special schools and a number of the provisions. We've gone with everything and then added it. So we've asked for the difference between what we've got in our capital budget and the difference. Now that is about 3 times more than the DFE said we could ask for, but it's in the plans. We thought we'd ask and see what we get.
Okay. Any other member? Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Celia, for that report. I move that the committee notes the report.
Seconded? Thank you, Habib. Is that agreed? Thank you. Oh, we're nearly there. Item 11. The Council Plan Performance Monitoring and Risk Register Review for Q2, which you'll find on pages 209 to 244. It says here, officers across the Directorate will give updates on their relevant services. Is there anything else you wish to add before I open it up to members for debate? Officers.
Should we take our normal approach with Leanne here, and we'll just go through just our performance that's below target? If you're happy for us to do that, just very briefly, if we can do that briefly.
That's an excellent idea.
I'll start then. So from children's social care point of view, you'll see that we've got some increasing pressures across the system. You can see where our caseload capacity is certainly affecting some of our performance. So you'll see we've got pressures in ILACs 3 and 4, where our assessment timeliness is reducing. We'd expect to see that when we've got the gaps that we have across the service. Obviously, we've got social workers holding a lot more work together, and that does reduce the timeliness with which we manage to do things. Our ILAC 7, which I know that Councillor Johnson will look across at me, our grading has improved on this quarter, you'll see, the first time, I think, in our history since the improvement journey, but it will be a bumpy one, so I think I can share with you to keep your mind that it will go up and down, because I think next quarter it'll be less good. It will follow the pressures in the system, so at the moment we are struggling with resource and capacity. The quality of the work will dip up and down in the context of that. But it is our first time that we've got off of probably just a few percent, and we're up to 30% into good. And actually, the most important thing, we've got quite a lot of work that requires improvement, which is no longer inadequate, and that's where we need to be, is moving in that space. But I think it will, as I've said to you all along, it will be a bumpy journey. And that covers ILAC 7 as well, which still looks lower than it should be, but that is still showing a requires improvement. It's improving. And our last one really is just about our percentage of children's social care substantive posts that aren't filled by permanent staff, and you'll see that's running at 32% showing on this against a target of 20. So wrong direction, but I can only assure you that a significant amount of work is going on to try to manage the market. And I know that this week the ADCS network, where there's been a lot of pushing from them, and the DFE have started to collaborate about whether they're going to do something to bring down agency costs that might help to start to grip the market, because it needs a national response. So that might be helpful for us. And I'm going to pass you to Celia now. Thank you. If there's no questions for me.
Thank you, Donna.
Any questions?
Any questions on for Donna? Yes. Clive.
Just very quickly, ILAC 7, I think, I take your point about the bumpy ride, but I think it's worth celebrating while we can. I think all of us need to acknowledge it's going to be read for a very long time, because 80% is a very high target, but it's based on that's what we need to achieve if you want to be good. So, my feeling is that's what the target should be. And, absolute credit to you and everybody in the team, the social workers who are getting all of that right, so that it is 30%, if only for this quarter. And the same with the ILAC 7N, same principle with that as well. So, that is really positive news. Since you mentioned the staffing, at every opportunity I say, particularly with, administration councillors present, that is, we're all too aware what a threat that is to the improvement. We're staring down, both barrels of the ILACs next year, and we're back up to 32% non-permanent staffing. That's the key. One of the key factors in sustained improvement is going to have that that figure much lower, and it's definitely going in the wrong direction. But the news, you know, sounds optimistic, so pleased to hear that. Thank you. Thanks.
Gloria.
Thank you, Chair. I've tried 2 times before to ask this question, then I can ask it now. Yeah, really, it's just on the aspect of aspiration and what it is that we're doing, you know, to work with schools, especially those that are inadequate or requires improvement, just to ensure that, you know, the 25% of our young people or children that are not, we're not hitting those targets with are supported. I know there was, I don't know, I think quite a while now, we had the regional commissioner visit. Do we have that in view, or we're planning to have him or her back anytime soon?
So the annual performance report, I think, comes to the March meeting. We'd need to check on the forward plan, and that's the one that the schools or the schools director would be invited to now. So in terms of our work, we obviously, if their local authority maintains schools and they're struggling, our school effectiveness team goes in and supports. If they're academies, we have those conversations with the regional director's office, and we work with them and the schools to address some of the issues that might be coming out of that. But it's the March meeting that the annual performance report goes to. Should I just update on my red areas as well then? So obviously we've got the persistent absence figures in here. We're still tracking about 2 percentage points higher than national. So the figures you've got in here are the published terms 1 to 4 of the 21 to 22 academic year. And it says obviously in here that the data was due to be published in October, so that the relative figure is 22.5 nationally. So that's compared to 24.3 for us. So we're still sitting above national. Both of those have the COVID absences included in that persistent absence. So they haven't had the COVID absences taken out, and because the time frame, we're still lagged on that. The other one is the provisional Key Stage 2 release, statistical release, where Medway is sitting below national in terms of those expected standards in reading, writing and maths. We have dropped at the same percentage drop as national. Nationally, things have dropped following the pandemic. We have dropped as well at the same rate as national, so we've not dropped greater, but we do still have that gap. And there is some information in the report about some of the things that we are doing, working with the teaching schools, the Gateway Teaching Hub. We have got 30 schools going through a programme with EEF, which is the Education Endowment Foundation, to look at narrowing the gaps and disadvantage, so running a programme through that. And the teaching schools are running maths mastery across our schools as well. So those are our Key Stage 2 outcomes. Those are our reds.
Okay. Clive.
Thank you, Celia. There is a bit of a cloud on the horizon, which is that Ofsted have started their inspections. We've got large numbers of schools that are sitting on old inspections. My understanding is that 2 of them were last inspected in 2008. And where Ofsteds have gone into schools, they are not wholly, but they're often going down a grade. So the inspection framework has changed, as it frequently seems to. The three Kent grammars have gone down from outstanding to good. One has gone from outstanding to RI. I wonder whether we are doing any work with schools to raise the profile. I would like to think school leadership teams are on top of that, but it seems to indicate that some of them aren't. The administration has often taken, often boasts about the high number of goods and outstandings. Well, that's under threat, and if they're going to take a benefit of the good times, they need to be aware of the potential bad times coming.
Thank you. So our school effectiveness team is working with our local authority maintained schools, which is a significant number of primaries. Obviously, only one of our secondaries are local authority maintained. We do a risk tracker, we do a risk categorisation exercise. So we do a desktop exercise on all of the information that we have, both that's published and the internal information that we have on all of our schools. So we do RAG rate them, and then we contact the schools, even if they're academies, to explain our concerns and offer support, etc. Some take it up, some don't. Obviously, we have much more influence within our local authority maintained schools, and we do have school improvement advisors going in to support them.
Just very quickly, my understanding is that some of the issues that result in the downgrading are to do with, changes to the framework as opposed to that overall strategic results, landscape that the schools might have. And again, academies or maintained schools, you'd like to think leadership teams would absolutely be on top of that. It does indicate they're not, though, perhaps.
Okay, thank you.
So in terms of some public health indicators, so just focusing on the red indicators around our child obesity, the data here was published, was collated at the end of Q2. We have most recently had some data published by the Office of Health Improvement Disparities based on the National Child Measurement Programme. Pleased to say we've had a major reduction in our child obesity rates for year R. 4 to 5 year olds had an almost 8% reduction, which is very good for us. And year 10 and 11, our year 6 data has also seen a reduction, not as marked, but certainly heading in the right direction. And obviously we've had some improvement on other indicators that are amber now as well.
Tristan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Related to 228, Edu 3B, I know I've raised attendance previously. So this report is looking at the current quarter attendance, and yet we're using data that we had probably 12 months ago to justify a report for this year's this year's absence level. So I'll give you an example. If you knew 7 months ago that the attendance data was 24.3%, well, so the target of 13%, then you've already missed that. So in some ways, what I'm after here is that there is data on attendance that is more accurate, that would be more recent, and I have raised this before. I'm getting a bit stressed. And I just wondered, because clearly, if we go back 5 years ago, then the guide was 95% attendance was what we should be achieving. Schools should be around the 95% attendance level. So our target of 13% is actually way out of line with where we should be historically. But what we're looking at here is effectively this is COVID data. It's not really telling me now, in this quarter of this year, what the attendance figures are. It's kind of irrelevant what the, well, it's irrelevant in some ways and not relevant in others. It's concerning that 27% of people were not in school last year, but it's understandable given the context. But what I'm trying to ask is this data set, is this really the best we can do around attendance, looking at COVID data from a year plus ago? And I have said there's more recent data sets out there. Why are we not looking at more recent data sets, looking at our attendance right now in schools, in primary and secondary? Because we have an attendance team in the council, which presumably are getting attendance data sets from schools, or they might appreciate their academies, they might be sitting in the direct government, but there surely must be a way of getting more up-to-date information on where we are attendance-wise. Just querying.
No, thank you. We did discuss this previously. So this is the most recent, complete, published data set. So So in terms of referencing, we do have data from schools that access our attendance service. I think we get it for about 47% of schools. The stuff that you can find online, again, is only those schools that send it back. So it's always skewed, and you won't have a national comparator. So in terms of these reports, the 3 times a year, what we have added to this report is the clarity about, you know, we get term 1 and 2, then we get term 1 and 4, and then a bit later we get the whole year. And even the movement between those 3 data sets, you're not measuring apples with apples. So for this report, we've stuck with the most recent published data, because that's what we can show in compared to national. The attendance report that came a couple of meetings ago, I think we put a bit more of that local level detail in a specific report around attendance. But in terms of this scorecard, this is, you know, a quarterly monitoring scorecard. This is what we would do.
If I could then ask the next follow-up question, as you are saying that the data for the 47% of schools, which is unbalanced, is out there, can you tell us now, is Medway, based on that 47% return, and I appreciate it's not weighted and there's, you know, 53% of schools have not reported, but what is that message telling us at this moment around attendance in Medway schools?
It's telling us our persistent absence is higher. So yeah.
Any other members? All done? All done? Vice Chair.
Thank you, officers. I move, Chair, that the committee note the report.
Is that seconded? Don't all rush at once. Thank you, that's right. Is that agreed? Excellent. Right. Item 12. Gosh, 12 items. OFSTED monitoring visit children's services from ages 245 to 257. Donna, you're going to introduce this. Is there anything you've got to say before we open it up?
I'm not going to provide feedback. I'm going to just assume you've read it, and I'm happy to take questions if that's all right, given I know it's quite late. I'm happy to talk it through, anything anyone's not clear about or wants to answer.
Okay, members then, any questions on this report? Pat?
Yeah,
Gosh,
thank
have
you.
you worried there, Pat?
Thank you, Chairman. I am quite concerned about page 253. I have asked this question before. Talking about a minority of disabled children, most complex needs are living in unregistered placements, while more suitable alternatives are identified. Now, this does worry me. Unregistered placements, as we know, has been something that has been talked about a lot. And I'm really worried about these children who are in these placements. I know there are difficulties in placing our young people, but to have this actually written in a paragraph here, I think is very concerning. And if we can have answers, please, if possible.
Excuse me, Pat.
It's a fourth paragraph down, page 253, little 3 in the corner. It says, due to placement sufficiency challenges, some disabled children are living in placements further away from Medway than they or families would like, which obviously that's another reason. But living in unregistered placements, and they have got the most complex needs, and it's really concerning.
I agree with you, Councillor. I don't know what more to say. I do agree with you. We currently consistently have a small number of children in unregistered placements. Now, I think we're probably, I've got quite a large AD network. We're all have the same challenges, so we're not unique in any stretch. It's always the children that have got more complex needs often that are more dysregulated and more challenging around their experiences. Those children, the market, the residential market is so weak at the moment. We struggle to find the right placements for those children. So when we use unregulated, unregistered settings, we use them for children where we've tried everything in our arsenal to locate a registered placement, whether that's as with a foster carer first, always, in a family if it's appropriate, and then if not, a residential establishment. So they're the children we can't find the right match for that. And there's always a small number of them. Those children have a far greater oversight as the AD. I oversee and agree every single one of those. Those staff have to fill in quite a comprehensive risk assessment for that. That has to be signed off by me. We notify OFSTED of them. They're part of a regulation that then OFSTED then write to us and have a whole range of oversight. Placement QA service, they go in that quality assurance service. They provide oversight of the setting. They'll go to visit, they'll go to check on it. Our staff visit much more regularly. Those children are visited weekly. We review those children's daily logs consistently. So we work much, much harder. So those children take much, much more social work capacity and draw much more on our resources, but for the right reasons, because we need to make sure as best as we can they're safe, because they haven't got the regulation that they should have if we had the right settings for them. And, you know, all of our work and all our effort goes into not using them, and they worry me too. But we're doing everything we can, I think, in our arsenal. And as you'll see, is every time OFSTED have visited us in our last 3 monitoring visits this whole year, every time they've told us we're doing a good job with managing our unregistered, although we shouldn't be using it. So it's a challenge.
Thank you. Credit where it's due to senior managers in the OFSTED letter. You know, it does illustrate how well everybody is across the issues and shows a kind of a visibility and supportive management regime, which I think is something to be quite proud of, actually, given the amount of pressure that the directorate has been under. So you know, well done to everybody for that. I've got two points to make, really, in Ofsted's actual letter. Why is there such obvious inconsistency in the quality of assessments is one question. And why is transition, in this case for disabled children, but for everybody, so persistently poor, really, as an experience for families? I mean, the Ofsted feel that it's got, you know, we've got an overcomplicated sort of bureaucratic system for doing it. So I wonder, because I couldn't see much about that in the improvement plan, what's going to happen to change that? And that, you know, it definitely doesn't just apply to disabled children. In fact, transition from one service to another seems to dog the service across adults and children in all sorts of shapes, doesn't it, including mental health service. But in this particular case, I'd be interested in your views, please.
Thank you, Councillor. Inconsistency in the quality of assessments is been our Achilles heel through the improvement journey. And I think there's a variety of factors to that. One of them, and a significant one, is the mosaic form. It's not the signs of safety, it's the form on mosaic that's overcomplicated and long and bureaucratic and difficult for social workers to overlay their practice understanding to. So that's a barrier that then makes social workers write long and complicated assessments that doesn't help to keep them streamlined and simple and child-centred. And then the second thing, I think, what you'll see is where we've got inconsistencies in the service and movement in the service. So we've got more turnover at the moment. then really nailing the quality of practice and doing that consistently well is really hard. And assessments is the bit of practice that we do the most volume of. So the biggest chance of getting inconsistency, because there's so much of it happening all of the time. And it happens at the front end when work's new into the system. So there's much more chance to not get it right. So we've just started to rebuild the Mosaic assessment form, and we've been building that with staff over the last 8 to 10 weeks as part of the work to recommission and go out and rebuild Signs of Safety Mosaic. And staff have been building that. We've built it back with the assessment triangle, because that's how social workers train, to think about the child, their experience and the environment. So that work hopefully will help us to start to get more consistency in that bit of practice. In terms of transition, I think it's a challenging issue, because if you've got inadequacy or inconsistencies or weaker practice in your system and it's buffering up against any other bit of a system, then you create a more challenging environment. I think Ofsted did think ours was complicated, so we've got children's 0 to 25 service and you've got adults, and then you've got a transition bit in the middle, and that does feel a little bit more complicated than it needs to be. So we've been working with adult services over the last few months to look at, have we got the service right the way we've got it configured, and is it working right? And some of the challenges we've had, like social workers are trying to do 0 to 25 work, but the 18 to 25 is really complex. You know, young people might have much more complex assessment needs in their adulthood. So that work, we've been struggling to appoint staff to that. And so what we've done is we've separated that out into adults workers now. We've recruited some adults workers separate from the children's. And so the ask of social workers is more realistic. And we're just trying to work through that now and pilot that and work through all of the work to establish whether that seems to be working better. And then we can step back and start to say, actually, what should it look like? How do we do that better? And I think transition, because it's always in a more complex environment, it's more than one service buffing up against each other with different focuses. It's always the most challenging space to go into. I think we've done quite well with some of our care leavers work into adulthood. That's starting to improve, transition into that space. Doing it earlier, we don't do it early enough. Trying to bring that forward will help us as well. So there's some barriers in there that we still need to overcome.
I just want to say thank you, Donna, because actually the forum have been quite involved, as you're probably aware, with Mike Brown doing a lot of all the changes, and I must have sat in about 10 meetings over November, but absolutely brilliant, because actually he's included us from the beginning. We know what's happening. He's allowed me to let parents know, so parents know that there are changes happening. They are looking at what is available, what sufficiency of services there are for social care, especially short breaks, the eligibility criteria, the lot. So yeah, just really thank you for that.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Donna, for the report. I mean, just to echo thanks to you, to the team, for bringing us thus far. We've obviously talked about some challenges. Which one or ones in particular actually really concern you, that to the point that you're thinking, well, you know, although it's not written out, we don't articulate these, but if these were not handled, and obviously each one of them is important, but are there any specific ones that you think that, you know what, these ones really give me concerns over this journey that you wish to share with us, please?
Thank you, Councillor. I just want to say thank you as well to you, because I'm pleased to hear that Mike's been engaging. It's been helpful, and you know, you can see the commitment there is to trying to fix some of the bits of the system we know aren't working well. And I think in terms of challenges that the things we need to worry about the most, I think, is our workforce. It is our biggest challenge. I think if we can get the stability in the service, we know what we need to fix. I think we know how to do it. Ofsted are telling us we're doing the right things. We've got the right focus. The improvement focus is correct. It's just if we can stabilise that workforce, certainly those managers in that service, that when help to hold things, then that helps us to then go through and build the consistency that we need, because it's all about driving consistency, really, about keeping children at the centre of our thinking and planning, holding that tight and giving good quality supervision. That will create the consistency we need. But that's hard to do when you've got a more movable workforce. So that's our biggest and most important challenge. And we've had good support from the council over recent weeks. We've had some agreements, some extra capacity to come in to commission that in a different way. It will still be locum, but it will perhaps help us to try and see if we can steady the ship while there's so much movement in the workforce at the moment. So hopefully that might just help us to get enough support to take a bit of the pressure off, that then perhaps staff will settle a bit.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Donna, for the report. I move that the committee note the report.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, nothing to add to Stephanie's report, just to invite comments, please.
Two things, if I may. Firstly, and I had a quick conversation with Stephanie about this, I wonder if we could have a briefing note on the youth service CIO issue. So we had a members item about a year ago, 18 months, interrogating the youth service move to a charitable incorporated organisation, and I think it'd be useful to have an update on that, but it need only be a briefing note. The other issue, embarrassingly for an English teacher, is the recommendation for the children's plan, which I wrote, I don't think makes sense. So what I recommended, you knew it didn't make sense, and you didn't say anything. Right. So what I wrote, if I can find it, was this committee recommends that scrutiny of the children's plan should be shared with the Health and Wellbeing Board. Well, that doesn't make sense because it's already going to Health and Wellbeing Board, isn't it? So what I'm asking Steve from his Democratic Services point of view is whether we can retrospectively clarify that. So what I suggest, I hope this makes sense, and if it doesn't, you need to say rather than laugh about it. This committee recommends that scrutiny of the children's plan should be shared between the Children and Young People Overview and Scrutiny Committee and the Health and Wellbeing Board. Right, I think that the first one didn't make any sense at all, and that one actually is better anyway because it's stronger. So this committee recommends that scrutiny of the children's plan should be shared between the Children and Young People Overview and Scrutiny Committee and the Health and Wellbeing Board. So that's what I should have recommended about 13 hours ago, whenever it was. And I'm rather hoping that the committee might just accept that in the place of what we did agree. Yeah, that's what I meant.
I will second it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I crave the indulgence of the committee for my incompetence.
Can we go home now?
We've had later.
Not in this temperature. It's really cold.